Hello and welcome everybody to the PA Cup Grand Finals 2019. My name is Never Lucky, also known as Grayson. This is my teammate and good friend, Saltman.
Hello.
We are going to be casting the Hearthstone 2019 championships for you. Let's just take a look at what we got here. We got Lafayette versus Drexel. Both these teams climbing their way to the top of the bracket, going through a best-of-3 series. The finals are going to be a best-of-5. That means they're going to bring 4 decks from both sides. Each team's going to have an opportunity to ban one of those decks away, get rid of them from the tournament, and then they're going to play with the final 3 remaining. The first team that wins with all 3 will win the whole series, and this should be an exciting one, right?
Yeah, this will be really exciting. We got some very interesting bans from each team. We were talking about this earlier when we got our deck list from them. We definitely did not expect these bans at all.
Yep. So Lafayette definitely was worried about the pressure that this even Warlock was going to bring. They said, just get that out of here. We don't want that here.
Yeah, and Lafayette's bringing this really aggro with a Wall Priest. So they're bringing decks that just want to, get at your opponent, get on the board, and just start smacking face there.
Even Warlock definitely known for hurting themselves, but also healing themselves back up while playing big threats in the meantime. Sort of seems like an interesting matchup where you might want to try and take a favorable, but they seem to think otherwise. They seem to think that deck is going to be a problem for them, so they got rid of that. On the other end, Drexel getting rid of this Wall Priest. If you don't know Wall Priest, they summon a really big minion with a bunch of health, try and double that health, make the attack equal to health, punch him for 1 big hit, 50 plus damage.
Yeah, and they have this mage that has a bunch of board clears, which is what we thought that Lafayette would ban, and bringing out this hyper aggro lineup is very interesting.
Sure.
But yeah, Drexel decides to take that priest away from Lafayette as well, because they both have the same priest deck, so it'll be very interesting to see how the series comes out.
Yep. Definitely, we're interested to see the priest mirror. That's definitely an interesting matchup, but because one of the priests got banned away, one of the teams is definitely going to have the advantage there, bringing that priest. Priest, one of the underdogs of the tournament.
Oh yeah,
so far.
A lot of people didn't bring priest. They brought, in the best of 3s, brought things that countered Hunter, which is obviously the strongest deck in the game right now, probably, or the most popular at that. And
with multiple different variants, honestly.
Yeah, they have however many. All the pros are playing them out there, stuff like that. So
from one of the teams, Lafayette, we have a very aggressive-oriented lineup. They brought a Hunter that's dedicated to basically punching your opponent in the face, not caring about anything else. On the other end, Drexel brought a Death Rattle Hunter, which is sort of a slower deck, sort of plays a little bit more greedy, tries to get payoff from a combo of cards that do nothing alone, but together can perform very strong combinations. One of the more popular mechanics, Recruit, pulls a minion from your deck, and they basically have a deck built around pulling out only the biggest beasts in the game. So slow, but very effective when you can get say an 8/8 with charge punching you in the head. So we'll definitely see how that works out.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Lafayette is the only school that is going to be at HU today, so we will only be spectating their side, and we won't be able to see Drexel's hand, but we'll be trying to make it easier to see what is going on both sides there for you guys.
We'll be commentating from the perspective of Drexel.
Of Lafayette.
We'll be commentating from the perspective of Lafayette, sort of giving you insight as to what they might be thinking about, how they might be playing. Should make it a little bit easier on some of the spectators here. Should make it a little bit more exciting, since you'll be able to sort of cheer for the fans right in front of you, for everybody at the Whitaker Center here.
And it also keeps it fair online, since Drexel isn't here. We'll be able to keep things fair for Lafayette and for Drexel, just so everything.
I want to talk about this Rogue deck coming out of Lafayette. Rogue typically, usually in the odd variant, usually in the tempo variant. Occasionally we can see Quest Rogue, but not usually. But this is sort of something in between all of those. Questing Adventure Rogue. What do we think about this deck?
So this is something I haven't seen since Conceal went away in the format, which makes all of your minions on the board go stealth, which means they can't be targeted or attacked. And to me, like bringing this questing rogue is very risky. But if you can get the payoff card with the questing adventure that grows every time you play a card, it gets 1/1, so it'll become a very big threat. And if you can't answer that, you're going to be getting hit in the face for a lot of damage.
That's right, that's right. And honestly, looking at the lineup that Drexel brought, the only deck that really had an early game counter to that was that Even Warlock.
Yeah, and the Automate with the voodoo dolls. So
yep, I could definitely see a world where that deck gets through. You know, getting down an early Edwin Van Cleef. That's just a huge power swing. Getting down an early questing adventure. Definitely going to be an interesting deck to watch. The Mulligan's very important in that deck, so I'm very interested to see what they do in the very early turns of that game.
Yeah, and I think Lafayette's very favored in this series, unless Drexel can get a win on their Hunter. If they get the win on the Hunter, then the whole strategy of Lafayette kind of goes out the window, and they have to go for a new strategy of probably targeting their Priest, which is going to be a lot harder than this Hunter.
Yep. If we were to look at a triangle of decks, we sort of have aggro, control, and combo. Each of them sort of playing archery with each other. Right, so it looks like we're just going to hop into game number 1. We got the Mage versus the Hunter.
You asked for it.
So this Mage definitely going to want to look for as much early game pressure as they can have. They don't want to be closing out this game before this Hunter.
None will survive.
Yeah, and this looks like a very good hand from Lafayette. We got the early pressure to keep up with this Hunter. And once we hit the cornerstone of winning this board, then we can turn the corner, start going face. And I really would like to see the Secret Keeper come out on 1.
Definitely has a lot of options on 1. All these cards that have 1 mana at the top are playable on 1. With the coin, you could play 2. The coin gives you an extra mana for a turn. I'd like to see the Secret Keeper be played here, but I could also see a world where, since you don't have a secret, you are not, you know,
and we could also go Firefly and then coin out the Fire Elemental that we get back from the Firefly. And this is a very good play. I like this a lot, because on 2, the only card that they'll be able to play is a card called Prince Keleseth, which buffs everything in our deck by +1/+1. So,
so
that is just pass.
Ideally, no 2-drop. No 2-drop here. By having that play of having only 1 2-drop in your entire deck, oftentimes you do miss it, which gives the aggro deck even more time to sort of apply free pressure without being punished.
Yeah, and I would like to see, again, a double 1-drop here. This would be very clean. And they'll get really far ahead on board, and we can just start going face and putting the pressure on the Hunter to react to what we're doing.
This sort of deck always wants to keep their opponent on the back foot. If their opponent has minions and they don't, their opponent controls the flow of the game, and that's not where they want to be. They want to have these minions out on the board as soon as they can. They want to be making these trades. They want to be dictating how this game is played, and right now they're doing exactly that.
Yeah, and here, the Hunter doesn't have any Tar Creepers, so it'll be a very big struggle for them to get through this without having a way to stop all this pressure.
This beast will not be tamed.
See Stitch Trackers, we're probably looking for an egg or something to be able to play with a Play Dead.
Again, Death Rattle Hunter wants to be playing these sort of bits and pieces of combo cards, and a card like Stitch Tracker lets you find exactly what you need in the exact situation that you want it. So very, very powerful card to have on 3, but also a very slow card, very understated cost, and that's probably going to hurt them right now, unless they found exactly what they want.
Oh, and this explosive room's off the top here.
This is going to be huge. The Secret Keeper is going to grow to be a 2/3, which is going to either let them trade cleanly into this 2/2 or just go all face, which honestly I would prefer.
I would really like to see them go all face here.
I would really like to see that. I would really like, they have 2 sort of options here, or 3. They could either use the hero power, which is upgraded. They could play the secret, buff their Secret Keeper, or they could play this Black Cat, draw a card. Honestly, the secret's not really getting better any other time. It also kills a Houndmaster Shaw.
It would kill a Shaw on 4, for sure. I would really like to see this runes.
They're going for the Black Cat to do sort of what we said earlier, where they go wide, keep the pressure on, maybe use that secret as sort of end game damage when we're forced to play something like an egg.
I really don't like those trades. If we lose board a little bit, I mean, we're still ahead. But if we just went runes and went face, he would have to react to our growing Secret Keeper here.
No, this line is interesting, but it does also keep your options open. Drawing as many cards as you can, getting this General Eye in your hand, you sort of see more of how you want to be playing this game out. Notice that from here forward, you're definitely going to be wanting to using this hero power.
Yeah.
As General Eye, once you deal 8 damage, summons Ragnaros, which is a very powerful minion.
Lafayette fell a little bit behind on board here with those trades.
So what we're probably going to need to see here is double 1-drop, a ping, and a trade just to eke ahead on board.
Yeah.
This 3-3 is going to do work if they try to, say, play the secret, grow it up to a 2-3. That 3-3 is just going to trade super cleanly into that, and I'm not a fan of that. You could go for a random missiles play. Seems a bit risky, as most of the time the wolf is not going to die. It seems like they are going to stick to the safe route.
Like this.
Let's see where this ping goes. It's going to be interesting. I could either go all face, or they could try and
I like
this.
pinging the 3-3 here. It lets us push face for a 1-2, and we're just going to stick. Yeah, this is really clean.
They have no healing for their minions. They have no buffs for their minions. This 3-1 is going to stay a 3-1.
Yeah, and we get to basically do this going into a Witchwood Grizzly turn, as we see coming down right now. The 3-8 taunt, so we cannot push through that unless we kill it, or we have a silence.
Now, realistically, the secret's getting much worse in their hands, so I probably wouldn't want to see this played, as it is a lack of tempo. It doesn't do anything immediately.
Yeah.
It's sort of a setup card. I would really like to see these missiles be played, which deals 5 damage randomly. Maybe get some damage on this.
Yeah,
this bear,
and we really need to kill this Witchwood Grizzly, because if they cube it, then it'll get eaten. And then when they play a play dead, which will activate the death rattle of that cube, they'll spawn 2 more 3-12s with taunt. And from that point on, the hunter gets the win, basically, because there's no way an aggro deck is getting through taunts, and they're still at 26 HP.
Yep, the shield around the bear means that the person cannot kill their opponent until they take care of the taunt.
Let me go for that Leroy here.
An interesting play, getting rid of what is usually the most burst that this deck puts out, minus Jan'alai, but gonna leave their opponent with 2 1-1s, meaning that they get to take control of the board. Now we see that Stick Charge did pick up the egg. We're gonna trigger the egg, make a 5-5, and now...
Wow. Yeah, and now Lafayette's so far behind on board.
They're going to need to find a way to get back into this game. They really don't have many swing cards, though. So it's really just going to have to come down to finding burst damage as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Realistically, the way they win this is having a really good Ragnaros.
Yeah, and our Jan'alai is still, what, it's 6 damage left, so we have 3 pings left.
I think what you got to do here is you got to play this Pyromaniac. You got to draw a card off one of those whelps, and you just got to hope that you're finding some sort of burst, some sort of slow, something to get you down to this end of the game, because this Hunter is turning around into these later games of the turn. They're coming down to their final stretch.
Yeah,
they're playing big bombs, like I said before, big beasts, big recruit minions. This is going to be tough.
I think it really came down to that turn 3 where we didn't play the secret and we traded. Like, that's going to be the turning point in this game.
Okay, well, the Clockwork Automaton does let them have 4 damage, doubles the damage of their hero power, letting them push a little bit more, but at 26, it's just a little bit too far out of range for now.
I think this will let us put our rag down in 2 turns if we play this automated next turn, but even so,
now
it might still be too slow.
This board is wide, this board is dangerous, and it's sticky. Even if they kill this 0-3, a 5-5 comes out of it. And even if they kill this 5-4, there's still a second 5-5 inside of that. So really just, at this point,
play that off.
We're going to have to push for some form of damage, but...
This is looking very grim for Lafayette here, but... They just gotta find just a little bit more damage.
This was sort of the deck they wanted to target with an all aggro lineup.
Yeah.
Salt. They wanted to target these sort of slower, sort of combo-y sort of decks that don't do anything to your opponent until later in the game, and letting this deck through is going to mean bad news. Yeah,
because if this gets through, everything that they have will counter basically the whole lineup of Lafayette here. There's still a small chance we pull back from this, but it's very slim. I'd like to see the Pyro come down here and pinging this 5-2 out, drawing an extra card, seeing what happens here. Go with this line. Hopefully you can find a 1-drop or something.
And I'll probably get to do it again next turn, as this is the same sort of board, but this 1-1 Divine Shield would have been great earlier in the game, but now that you're on turn 7, this 1-1's not doing much. Your opponent has the ways to deal with it. They can trade in their own minions as cleanly as they want to.
Ooh.
With the rush down, just to right through that.
Kill the 3-4 cleanly as we were pushing.
Yeah, just
so
don't care
much
about
damage
that 1-1.
phase.
What's 1 damage to you when your opponent's about to die, right?
And there's no answer from Lafayette here.
This is looking.
This is a Drexel series.
Game 1.
Game 1 down.
All right.
Drexel winning that series.
Yeah. Sort of a surprising match. A couple of sort of mistakes, but altogether, sometimes that Hunter can just take wins when it's not supposed to. Being that you play a 3-3 or a 0-3 that suddenly turns into a 5-5 when you have the right card. You know, they didn't have that start right away, but they were able to, with that Stitch Tracker, find that egg and eventually get that start.
Yeah, and the pressure from Lafayette at the start was just, they put on so much pressure.
Yeah.
And then on turn 3, they decided to go for this trade onto a 2-2, where they could have made a 2-3 that they would have been forced to answer and trade their own 2-2 in.
That's right.
And they would have keep that pressure up.
Do you potentially think that they were scared of that explosive rooms coming out because of egg? Do you think that they may have been scared that a 5-5 was going to hit the board?
I think they were scared of the 5-5, which is fine, but they're still taking 3, and you still have a wide board into only a 5-5.
Right.
So I think there's a lot of ways they could have played
and also,
that.
you sort of you take 5, but you shut down their combo for a turn.
Yeah, and they can't
they don't have
do
a Death Rattle
activators as well.
All right. So now we're going to see this odd control mage, if I'm not mistaken, versus this aggressive hunter. The first board clear that the mage has coming online is turn 5. So I want to see them apply as much pressure as they possibly can to this deck.
Yeah,
that turn 5 is going to deal 5 damage to the whole board.
For sure.
I want to see them hit them in the head as hard as they can and have some sort of plan to reload after turn 5.
Yeah, and I think even if they can get them down low enough before turn 5, they don't even need to reload. They just need to be able to have a minion and some kill commands and be able to push through that extra damage.
For sure. Here on the mulligan, honestly, because you know that it's odd mage, and I'm not too sure about how many 1-drops they have, I really don't mind keeping the Spring Paw.
I really want to keep the Spring Paw. They get to ping it, but
this deck really likes to do what we call curve out, where you want to play 1, 2, 3 if possible, and I really like keeping this 1, 2. So there we got a 1, 2, 4, 5. This is a lot of damage coming out.
Dire Frenzy is going to be able to put on a lot of pressure if they can stick a minion.
Dire Frenzy increases the attack of a minion, but also shuffles multiple copies in that are also stronger. So it's good pressure immediately and great pressure later in the game. So I'm really interested to see what they do with this card. Definitely not the sort of card you throw around.
Yeah, I think if they hit a 3-drop, or if they can find Rexar very early, they'll be able to start making big beasts and putting the pressure on the mage as well if they do get board cleared.
This mage has 2 Fireflies that they want to play on turn 1.
Reality.
Or an Arcane. Wow. So this is realistically one of the only ways that this deck heals until Jaina comes down.
And that is their only copy of that.
Yep, they only have 1. Unfortunately, they did make a very good read by playing this card here, shutting off this 1-1, effectively just dying to a 1-2 or even a ping.
Yeah, I think we can also just, on this turn, just pass, and we have this coin, so we can, on our turn 2, we can make a 3-mana turn with this Spring Paw coin out this Razor Maw and adapt up our Spring Paw and see if we can find some health.
We always talk about how this deck's so aggressive, but sometimes it just combos well. Sometimes you just sit back a turn, let your opponent do nothing because they are a control deck. They can't control anything if you're not doing anything, and then you make a big burst turn. So I'd really be interested to see what they do with this. A lot of options now.
Well, I had that last turn, but I think the best play here is the Spring Paw, and then coin the Razor Maw, see if we can hit +1/+1 so we can be able to trade into this Artificer. We'll have a 3-2 and a 2-1. Start putting on the pressure here.
For sure. They have 2, potentially 3 mana with this coin. So they could play a 2-drop, which just dies to their hero power, which doesn't seem great. They could play a 1-drop, which again dies to the hero power, or they could play a 1 coin 2, which does sort of mess up their curve for later in the game. But at some point you have to apply pressure. So I would like to see a hero power pass this turn.
Hero power pass is also very likely, but I do like this. If they hit the +1/+1,
+1/+1 would be huge. They get to keep a beast going into turn 3, which can be very powerful if they draw the right card. Plants is okay.
Plants is very good because we get to go wide here, and we know they don't have a board clear until turn 5.
So their hero power deals 2, and again, that would leave them with 1 mana. They don't have that many 1-drops in the deck, so realistically, you kind of leave a 1-1 on board. Did they draw it off the top? They did.
Ooh,
they
hit
drew
the
the Firefly off
Firefly.
the top. That might not look like much, but that is going to mean a lot.
Oh, our hand is very value-oriented, something we don't want right now.
Yes, we drew sort of the top end of the deck when we have lots of low end. Let's see how they can convert this into pressure, because if you can sort of make it to 4, 5, 6, these cards are going to be big bombs that the mage is going to have a lot of hard times dealing with. With no polymorph in the deck, this Savannah Highmane's probably going to get killed.
Yeah, we do have
transformed.
Drexel does have a Voodoo Doll, which basically it's a 1-mana 1/1 battle cry. Basically, like when it targets something, when it dies,
It's
and it
basically
actually
an
just
auto kill on anything.
And then
Very big, leaving up this beast.
Yeah.
Honestly, with double Dire Frenzy, you just gotta go.
I think you just have to play something. This is the best pressure we can put on this turn too.
And realistically, you could trade into this Tar Creeper.
I think
But
you're
going to take an extra 2 on your Dire Maul. You could leave it up. and have your opponent be threatened by you potentially having more beast synergy.
I think I like the trade here. It lets us clear through this taunt, and it would force a trade and a ping. So I think that's very clean.
Yep. It would definitely force their opponent to have to answer it, although I will say the mage would have to spend 2 mana on their turn 5 dealing with it. And then they have 3 mana to develop whatever they want. And 3 mana cards in Odd Mage are probably some of the strongest cards in the game right now.
Tar Creeper on the board right now.
Yeah, exactly. So I will say it lines up cleanly for us, but it also lines up even cleaner for the mage. So honestly, realistically, either play was fine. Either play is fine. This play is okay.
I feel like this is a lot to force the ping, but they get to draw cards. Getting closer to this Jaina.
Pyromaniac, after you kill a minion with your hero power, draw an extra card. So just gaining more resources throughout this game and still applying tempo. Sort of the best of both worlds, honestly. You sort of usually have to trade between tempo and card advantage, you know, like having resources versus playing the resources. Yeah. That card just does both. That card just cleared a minion and replaced itself in the hand. So very powerful card. Huge turn for them. We're going to have to see what we do this turn. The 1 into the 4 is looking good.
I'm liking Dire Maul into Dire Frenzy.
It's
very clean.
It's developing the board further. You make a 4/5 that can't be dealt with cleanly by their board.
Yeah, I think we just contest this Pyromaniac that's already on board, this 3/4. Because our Dire Maul will be a 4/6, so they would have to trade into it to clear it if they want to. There's many things that we could do, or we could just have this Tundra Rhino, but it would die on board and we would really get nothing done.
Job's done.
From Drexel here, we could be seeing a lot of board development because they are ahead on board right now, as we see. So be a lot of drops coming in here. Could be seeing another Tar Creeper, a Stonehill, any good taunt here. We could also be seeing a Voodoo Doll to clear off this 4/6. But we'd have to see what Drexel does here.
Double 3, really, it's could probably be the strongest tempo play since the ping doesn't really want to come out. And that play to me would be a hand read saying that they don't have another 3-drop in their hand. That their hand is very heavy. See how they floated 1 mana? They don't even have a 1-drop. Their hand is all heavy cards. They got the Flame Strikes. They have Dragon's Fury.
The ping to me makes a read that they do have Flame Strike because it is a 4/4 and Flame Strike does 4 to all enemy minions.
That's right. That's right. Very, very good spot by that.
So I think Drexel...
Not going face. You realistically would go face most of those situations. And thinking that 4/4 makes them read that they're going to have a board clear. So they're going to have to try and kind of finagle the resources, work around this. The best play here, I would say, would be the Savannah Hymen. It's 6 mana, big beast of the jungle.
Yeah, I like dropping this Hymen here. It is a 6/5, doesn't die to Flame Strike.
Yep,
and
because it has 5 health, Flame Strike does 4, it lives at 1, making it very awkward.
It's a very big beast here.
Yep. Now, I will say this bump here would be a bit silly as the Tar Creeper does lose attack, and they do hold on to it, saving this health.
Like holding a bump to, just in case they don't have this Flame Strike from Drexel, and it just makes our board a little bit stickier to what's going on to what he's doing.
It also just opens up the ping opportunity.
Yeah.
Just alone, drawing another resource. Now they have to trade 2 of their minions in to lower it to 2 to ping. So really, really smart holding that attack.
From Drexel here, I don't even like the trades. I like just start pushing face, putting some pressure on.
Yeah, honestly, when you take the board against a deck that wants to have the board, they usually can't do anything about your board because they're not a control deck.
Yeah.
Their game plan is crushed the second you take control of the game.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people don't realize you can just kind of flip a switch, start hitting them in the head, you know, put them on the back foot.
Yeah.
They don't have the answers.
And for this, like we have to trade a 6/5 into a 3-mana guy. Like we spent 6 mana to trade into a 3-mana taunt, and we'd have to trade off this 4, like our Dire Maul, which is 1 mana, but we buffed it, so it's technically 5 mana-ish, and we still have to trade into this 3/4, and then we're left with a 1/2. So I really don't like the trades coming out from Drexel if they do trade. So I would really like to see face come out here.
Sure.
Oh, I like this. They kill off the Hymen and push face. Now our Tar Creeper doesn't die.
And they get the free drop because it's not just enemy minions. They ping and kill any of minions on the field. They draw an extra card. So turning that 3/3 into a kill a minion, draw a card. Pretty good card.
Yeah, and we have to spend 2 cards to clear this Tar Creeper now. It's very big.
This Hunter might look down, but they are not out. That card on the far left is Tundra Rhino. It gives everything charged so they can attack immediately. And with this Scavenging Hyena growing from killing all these beasts, they could just eke out some burst damage here that the mage isn't expecting.
Yeah, we're not going to get too much value off of this hyena, though, because we only kill off one guy on board if we play it now.
Yeah, maybe not this turn, but
So I would like to see them hold this turn out.
Yeah, coming up, I mean, turn 9, you can play your entire hand out, you know, making 4 beasts, potentially killing all of them off, you know, making like a huge Savannah Hymen or a Scavenger Hyena.
And we'd have to play it where we think Drexel would not have a board clear, because they do have 6 in the deck. One of them's not a real clear, it's Blast Wave.
That's right.
But Dragon's Fury and Flame Strike will clear these hyenas off. Now we have to double trade to 3-4.
I mean, this does take back the board because you have that buffed up Diarmal that you shuffled in from before. So sort of seeing the payoff of playing that 4-mana card. You're gonna push some damage. I'm not sure about this play because the Tundra Rhino was the only way back into this game.
Yeah, I don't like seeing the Rhino come down here.
If this score gets Flame Striked here, so they're sort of just out of this.
Oh, if they high roll the Flame Strike
if this
here.
hits 7, that deals 7 to everything. There goes the board, and they're going to need to draw something here. A Rexar, they're going to need to draw a second, you know, Savannah Hymen.
Lafayette's so low on resources,
It's
too.
going to be top deck city for them.
Yeah.
They're going to need to draw exactly what they need and in exactly the right order.
All Mage has to do now is control the board, and everything through that, this should be Drexel's game again.
All right.
The Diarmal off the top is not going to do much here.
It's not great. Honestly, what if you held that Tundra Rhino,
Yeah, we could have held
faded
it.
out the Flame Strike, and then you have what looks like a huge swing turn this turn.
Yeah, we'd had a 3-4, and we could have traded everything into this Pyromaniac and going face with this Hyena.
I mean, if you were making the read that they didn't have those sort of board clears, but we saw on turn 6 they didn't play a 3-drop, which sort of meant that they had to have these high-cost clunky cards.
Oh, and the Ragnaros comes out.
Ragnaros comes down. Ragnaros is going to hit something for 8 at random. Doesn't even have to hurt itself in the process. Very powerful minion. So powerful it got banned from the entire game.
Yeah.
But now it made it back in the form of a 7-mana 4/4.
Yeah, and random, big thing of Hearthstone.
Yes.
There's so much randomness going on. But this could, if this goes face, this could potentially close out the series for Drexel.
This is going to be big. It
Okay,
the
clears
minions,
the
they're
board.
still alive, but they have so much work to do still.
14 damage is very doable with this board, and everything that
This is...
Lafayette has is
just
very
in a
low
rough
resources. There's
spot.
not a lot going on.
Seeing the 9 mana in the corner and seeing that they only have 4 mana worth of stuff to play, you can't help but think, you know, did they maybe, you know, misration their resources?
Yeah, there's just not a lot coming on for Lafayette. They have to make the biggest board, so this Rag.
I mean, I do like this.
Yeah, I do like this a lot, but where does this Lynx go? I think you just hold it.
I realistically would hold this. The Rag does hit something random, so right now it has a 25% chance to hit them in the head.
I think we can clear, and they're
Yes. Realistically, with trades coming in, we just have to lower our opponent. The 4/4 can go to the face. The 2/2 can go. That's
the Blaze Lord.
realistically going to close out the game, even without the
that
Rag.
closes the game.
All right.
Nice. So game 3, Drexel up 2-0.
Yep, Drexel is going to be up 2-0, and let's see what they have left on their plate. Do you remember what their last deck was?
They got their even lock band, so they have this Wall Priest left from Drexel. So what does Lafayette need to do here to close out this game versus Wall Priest?
So this Wall Priest has 2 sort of main functions, right? Defense into immediate offense, but the offense requires that you have a minion on the field. So I want to play something that has as many pieces of removal while applying pressure as possible.
I think I'd like to see this Rogue come out.
Yeah, I definitely want to see how this Rogue performs with double Sap and double Vile Spine Slayer.
Yeah, we have a lot to clear the board, and we have a lot of pressure coming in with our Falderized Striders.
That's right.
And the Sprint that can come off the top to draw 4 cards, which could eventually put Spiders on the deck. The only issue is that this Priest has Psychic Scream, which throws everything they do back into their deck.
That's right. But I do like sort of the synergistic aspect of cards like. And we are going to see the Rogue.
We did see the Rogue come out. I like this.
We are going to see the advantage of playing those cheap cards and have big payoff minions like Questing Adventurer, Edwin Van Cleef.
Edwin, yeah.
We want to see these sort of cards very early in this game. Again, Psychic Scream is a very powerful board clear, but it doesn't come down until turn 7.
There's also Mass Hysteria that comes in, but that's also still, there's some randomness going on there. So it could not, like, there'd be ways where Lafayette can stick a board.
Yep. So realistically, We gotta find something to deal with these taunts early, but more important, we gotta apply pressure. We gotta apply it fast.
Yeah.
Okay, this is game point.
Yeah,
for
definitely
Drexel
like
here.
keeping this Firefly from Lafayette. They did keep it. We found some 4-drops, so we're going to be a little bit slow.
I like them taking this turn slow. Even though they only have one option, it gives them time to talk about their plays. It gives them time to
Yeah.
sort of regroup, sort of not be in a panic.
Yeah, I definitely
you know?
like seeing this rope come out too, because you
Yes.
can think about the long-term plan of how this is going to pan out, what you need to find from your deck.
And realistically, so if you snap play a 1-drop, your opponent probably can make a read that you didn't have any other 1-drops to
Yeah.
play. So thinking about this, they might have thought, do they have preparation to maybe play
Yeah.
out extra mana? Do they have some sort of intricate play and sort of throw your opponent off by waiting these turns? So I really like this sort of trickery, sort of
Yeah,
deception.
and I like Drexel playing fast here because it forces Lafayette to think on their turns, and you don't have the time when Drexel does something.
Right, with Hearthstone being
Yeah.
such a mind-based game,
Yeah.
giving your opponent as little time to think as possible when they wanted to think on their turn is a very heads-up play, even going beyond just playing the game, getting in the minds of the players. I really like what both of these teams are doing out here.
Oh, there's the sap.
That sap is going to be huge, as is this Vile Spine Slayer and the Shadow Step for it. Turn 6, probably going to want to save this 1-drop to enable combos.
Yeah, I don't like playing this out here. We have to find another 1-drop.
If you don't know, combos do not trigger if you didn't play a card beforehand. So this Boss Spine Slayer says destroy any minion, but combo, so you have to play a card beforehand. 1-mana cards are very powerful because it immediately can enable those combo cards.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to see, maybe they wanted to use a Shadow Step
We're
on
gonna
one of the 1-2s?
They want to step Minstrel. That was the only line I saw.
Okay, I can see it. Maybe they're hoping to pick up another 1-drop or another prep.
Okay, they got the 1-drop.
They have a very low curve, so they could probably just assume that they'll find one by the time they want to combo, which is a very real thought, and it could be a big payoff, especially if they need to go big, if they need to like high roll their chances, and it's important to be aware of those situations and take them when you can.
Yeah, and I like that they found this Firefly here. Otherwise, our turn 5 would just be like a blank Minstrel, or we'd have to do something with it.
Minstrel says draw 2 minions from your deck,
Yeah.
but again, combo, you have to play a card beforehand. Picking up this 1-drop means that they can play 1-drop and then Minstrel, refill their hand with 2 more cards. They
Yeah.
have a lot of resources, they just have to be the right ones. Because remember, this Priest is playing slow now, but come turn 7, turn 8, when they have something big on the board, at any point they can die.
Yeah, and the more chances that we draw cards, the more chances it will to hit the Spider Salver deck.
That's right.
So we'll be
That's right.
very
Hitting
set
the
there.
deck. So the 4/4 that's on the board to the far, shuffled 4 cards in our deck where as soon as they're drawn, boom, a spider hits the field.
Yeah.
That's a 4. So we're definitely going to want to see those, although probably not too many in a single instance,
Yeah.
because the board clears deal with everything on the field.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to see it before turn 5 or turn 7 from the Priest coming out, because those are their big board clear turns, and if you have a big board and you don't see them, you can basically say that they don't have it, and we can keep building a bigger board at that point.
And again, it's all about eking out, like resources. We call it baiting out your opponent. When you use like almost enough resources that they have to use something like a Psychic Scream, something like a Mass Hysteria, and then you have the cards in your hand to immediately reload. And that's what Elven Minstrel does here. It is a pressure minion, but also it refills your hand so that you can play stuff next turn behind it. So I really would like to see this Minstrel here.
I like this a lot.
And realistically, we're going to see what we draw first, but I think you just keep tight for now. You have this Vile Spine coming online, so
I think
even
you
if
can
this,
kill this. I
even
like
if this
this.
target were a threat, you could still push so much damage through.
Yeah, I think you should kill it.
Yeah, I could see the merit. Let's see how this pays off for him.
We kill this, and then they go into the Hysteria, and there's a chance something lives.
Yes. So there's Mass Hysteria forces everything to fight each other, dealing damage all across the board. Shadowman is gonna take the minion and immediately be able to attack with it, sort of trickery sort of plays
Yeah,
here.
this hurts the res pool so much for Drexel though,
Definitely.
because once they want a taunt to die, and then they want to bring it back on the board so it can sit there. But taking this 3/2, it's not a big health, big taunt in the way.
Yeah, so right here, realistically, you saw that their best board clear was like a meh.
Yeah,
I would really like to see them apply pressure here.
I would like to see a double 3-drop being the Henge Clan and the SI.
That's right. This questing can get bigger later, usually immediately following one of those big, powerful board clears that we know Priest has in their arsenal. Using one It's unlikely that they usually have the second. That's usually how most Hearthstone players think. I would really like to see them play this Hench Clan into SI7 Agent, deal 2 to the face, swing to buff up your Hench Clan Thug, say deal with it. They deal with it, boom, you hit them back with a Questing Adventure, maybe even a Vilespine if they played a Taunt.
Yeah, we could see a lot of decisions here coming from this Miracle Rogue, which from its name.
I like them taking the time, taking the patience here. You know, a lot of players, when they get in these sort of situations, they might panic. They might think, I gotta stay alive, I gotta win this game. But really taking their time, and you know.
I do like seeing Lafayette using their time, especially being down 2-0.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Like, there's a lot that's going on in your head that you have to just kind of throw out the window and focus on this current game and see what's going on.
One game at a time is what we always say.
Yeah.
Right. So this is just another match in the series. If it were the first game, would you play it any different than if it were the last?
Yeah.
Right. That's how you gotta look at it. So I really like them taking it patient, you know, taking their time on this. Priest is gonna have to use this Hysteria that they drew off the top.
Oh, and that's the best bump. That was the best outcome for them.
Everything attacked each other in such a way that everything dies, but now they have this Questing Adventure reload, which is really their play unless they wanted to sprint. But again, sprint draws 4 cards and does nothing else.
I like seeing this Questing come down using this Fan. Fan doesn't really get any better.
Absolutely. Fan might pop some Divine Shields at best.
But that's, we're not going to have a board to kill at 214 ever unless we have this Vilespine.
It probably disables your backstabs more often, so it probably hurts you more than it helps you.
And they opt for the sprint here, which is a good play as well. Lets us refill our hand, makes the Grizzly coming down.
It really depends on what your mindset is here, Salt. Are you winning this game through pressure now, or are you winning this game through a big board that they can't deal with later?
There's no way we're winning this later. We have to win it now. That's why I like going for the Questing, the one draw, seeing where things are going.
Maybe they might be thinking, we have a play, which is Spiders. We have a play, which is Alva Minstrel now. We have more options now that we can use. Our opponent's a control deck. They can't do anything on their own. Unfortunately, that's just not quite true. Priest has lots of taunts, lots of proactive plays that they can make that make the Rogue's job just that much harder.
Yeah, and I think from here, Lafayette might be thinking that Drexel has no taunts since they've been passing. We didn't see Witcher Grizzly come down on 5. We only saw the Tar Creeper on 3. So realistically, their hand could be very, very slow. And
it looks like they did get rewarded. No cards coming down from the Priest. They have nothing to play. We can tell from that their hand is very clunky. Because Lafayette had 10 cards in their hand, you can't have 11. They burned a card, but the card that they burned was Backstab, which is a useless card. So realistically, no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
Give me a quest.
And it looks like their play might just pay off for him here.
Oh, we're going for a big Questing here.
That's right. I like to see this. Prep making your next spell cost 3 less, effectively 0.
Yeah, and the Priest has no Shadow or Death, so if they put this up.
I would really like to see this Minstrel here. You don't really have too many other options. I mean, you could Fan and look for another resource, but isn't Minstrel just better at that point?
I like the Minstrel coming out here. We get to find another Falderai Strider. We can find our Edwin.
And
and
have
this
the Shadow Step, but it just lines up so poorly.
I like seeing the Flame Elemental. If they go for this.
This play basically requires a Psychic Scream.
Yeah.
Psychic Scream going to shuffle all 3 of these back into Lafayette's deck, say, draw them again, play them again.
I think the backstab the 1-2. I think this is very good. It's just a very committal.
Clever. You know, and I like that too because like what we just said, shuffling in minions. You don't want this 1-2 shuffled back in. You know, get that off the field. Give your Questing an extra +1/+1. Very smart.
That hurts though. They get to build a big board of taunts and we can't get through this.
Play Oakhart recruiting a 1, 2, and 3 attack minion. The only requirement is the attack, so you play the ones with the most health possible. We see that 214 with taunt. You can't get through that just by punching through it. You got to use something like this Vilespine. Realistically, that's what we're gonna have to use.
We're gonna have to use a Sap and a Vilespine here. There's so much on this board that we can't deal with. And even so, if we can get through these taunts, it's still gonna have a 5/5 left over.
So what if we do something with the Shadow Step with the Vilespine? So what if we play something like Fan, Vilespine, Shadow Step, Vilespine?
We don't have enough mana.
We don't have enough mana for that. So Sap, Vilespine, Shadow Step, and maybe save it for next turn.
Yeah, we'd have to save it for next turn.
Yep.
I like the Sap coming out here.
We can Vilespine the 3/5 and eviscerate the 3/2, but that just doesn't feel powerful.
Yeah, I
Now,
think
you gotta wonder.
we have to,
you gotta wonder
right?
what if they kept that Backstab.
Yeah,
Backstab deals 2 to an undamaged minion. We see that 3/2 being a very awkward card for them to deal with right now.
I would like to see
would
the
just
boss
go
bind
on.
on 3-5, but I think this is all you can do. Having to run this
This
9
is
9
good,
3-5.
not great. Honestly, got to trade 9 damage into a 3-mana card. Not what you want to see out
And
here when you're trying to
if
apply
the priest
pressure.
does have the scream, the priest did everything it already wanted to do. It pulled every card out of it.
That's right.
We can replay out this
Yep.
214 on
And
the next turn.
Now that a lot of those those heal minions are dead, they start bringing those res cards back online.
Yeah.
Even if they needed some sort of healing for pressure, from Ziliax, which has the lifesteal, every damage it does, it heals back to your hero. You could just resurrect that and attack with something immediately, heal for 3.
Yeah, and the priest is at a very healthy 30. So let's just really see this pressure coming out from this rogue to close up this game.
What we need to see here is Drexel not have any way to deal with this questing and have this questing punch for like 15, 16 damage.
Yeah.
And then
But it did what it wanted to,
Alright,
so
yeah.
there's the scream.
there's one of those cards that we sort of suspected was in our hand because they didn't play anything on turn 7. Makes me believe they have some funky, very situational cards, usually board clears.
They put so much resources into that questing adventure just to have it get thrown back in their deck as a 2/2.
That's right, that's right. All right, well, they drew the questing again. This time, not nearly as buffed up. Back to square 1.
I would like to see the resources come out here for this questing again, though. I just like to see questing, Falderai, Fan maybe. Just we gotta cycle through, find these spiders. We've seen 2 board clears, so all they have left is
Again,
Psychic Scream,
we know that this
Mass Hysteria.
fan isn't getting any better, so I really would like to see it played this turn. And honestly, the 4 and the 3 just line up so
Yeah,
what a fascinating play. It looks like they're trying to
The-
shuffle in the spiders
yeah.
and then draw the
yeah.
spiders
But
out.
we just didn't play the questing first, which is they're just opting to not go for the questing here. They could wait for it for later.
Okay,
It's fine. This is
we'll see.
okay. Here you go for
I
the
like-
step on the
I
Falderai
like
next
the
turn.
save on the questing, but I will say questing is a very particular card to get right.
Yeah.
And I think the best time to play it is immediately after a board clear, which we did just see.
Yeah.
So we will see how this pays off, but the questing does not have charge, so it has to live 1 full turn on the board.
Let's go. Oh, this turn's so weird, because if we kill this 214,
It just gets brought back.
it just gets brought back, and then we have no
Resurrections
board
are
clear after
very
that.
powerful for Priest. You know, anything that died this game, they can resurrect back with 1 single spell.
Yeah, and everything does. And once they clear this, they just start playing more spells, and they res 4 back.
And again, if they,
that point,
if they
this
were to
game's
say,
over.
okay, let's not deal with this 214, double its health, make the attack equal to it, punch you for like 48. So it's a must kill.
I'd really like to see the Shiv come out. 'Cause it's just gonna sit in our
Now,
hand as a combo activator.
With this Priest just running low on cards is actually a good thing because it means that they're drawing into their final combo. The later the game goes, the more likely you are just to die from pressure.
Yeah, we just have to put the pressure here, I think, for Lafayette, and then make Drexel answer it again. And if they have the answer again, then you just got to keep putting that pressure on to make them answer it.
Okay. Yep, the swing's just going to come out naturally because you can already get a power. Put a fresh dagger up, you know.
And I like holding back the Shadow Step because we can Shadow Step this Bow Spine and re-kill another minion.
The best they have to kill this is another Mass Hysteria. Odds are everything dies.
Oh, yeah. I think everything was almost guaranteed to die there.
I think
There was
one
only
scenario.
one way. No, I think everything died.
Everything was always going to die from there. So that's a
We could have a 4-1. That was the only way. Because the 3-4 goes into the 3-3, and then the 4-4 goes into the 3-1.
Yep. Okay.
That was
so
the only way.
Still a very powerful word clear, and it's a really good job by Drexel from seeing that, or Drexel seeing that, you know, line of play. A lot of times people just kind of hope with Mass Hysteria, but you can do the math on it. You can see what are the certain sort of outcomes, you know, looking
Yeah.
at it.
It's all just probability at that point and seeing what
So,
happens.
you know, they saw, you know, what happened. Like 80% of the
Yeah.
time we cleared the whole board. 20% we're left with the 4-1, which we can deal with. It's a no-brainer. Why not go with this
Yeah,
play? Very
exactly.
heads up. And while this 1-3 doesn't do much, what it does require is an answer because it can just be used as draw once it gets damaged. So
Yeah, I just like Lafayette ignoring everything at this point and just going
for sure.
phase. If they want to force things into buffing up this cleric and drawing a card,
They just
I think
used
you're fine.
Mass Hysteria, the second Mass Hysteria. You can only put 2 copies of a card. If they wanted to use a board clear here, it would have to be Psychic Scream, the second one, and that would be every single piece of removal. They already saw 2 of their 6 spiders get rocked, the cards in their deck that when they draw, pop a spider out of them. So if they use their final remaining board clear here,
Yeah, and we did see a Shadow Visions come out, which is discover spell in your deck.
Yes.
So they could have an extra board clear as well, but I think at this point, Drexel's just looking for reses and Divine Spirits and Inner Fires just to start killing your opponent.
the idea is to constantly have a way of applying pressure. And right now, if this board were to go away, and we were to look at Lafayette's hand, they have 1/4. They want to play, and that, it's not good enough.
They have this Leroy's Step Abyss, but they still need a prep because that's 10 mana with only Leroy's Step and Abyss.
Yep.
So it needs some way to do that,
Leroy,
but still,
Leroy
that's,
Shadow Steps are like butter and bread, right? Leroy deals 6 to their face. You Shadow Step, you get to play it again. That's 12 damage for 8 mana. Very powerful if you're already in the lead.
Yeah,
If
and
you already got that face damage early, and
that off
very
the
powerful draw.
top.
Huge draw for them.
That's
Valspine.
massive. We get to push.
Valspine
8
being able to kill any
of
minion
13,
they want,
14
so long as you
damage.
play a card beforehand.
Yeah.
We get to kill this, and we get to push 4/4, a 1, and an extra 5.
Yeah. I like seeing pushing 13 here.
Yes.
And then that would put us in Leroy Abyss range if they cannot res.
We get to do we use the spider as a combo enabler though? Do we go all in on our minion pressure, or do we sacrifice some of our burst damage in Eviscerate?
No, I think we have to go all in on board here. If we
I
get
would agree.
screamed,
I would agree.
then we push so much damage here, and we would be able to burst them through a heal.
Again, while board clear is great, they can't do anything after it. It's 7 mana. They have 3 mana left to work with. Probably just going to heal their face for 2. That leaves us open. They're left open and available for Leroy to hit him for 12 potential damage, which honestly, whether it kills him or not, I think you just launch it.
You just got to go and put him low, and then you'll have this other Abyss.
Fascinating play.
Okay, so Leroy comes out here to push more damage, so...
I really would love to see this Shadow Step.
Oh, missed the damage. Missed the damage because we didn't swing with the dagger first.
Yes.
So the Hench Clan didn't get buffed.
Small misplay, but every damage does matter. We'll see if that comes into play here. Probably just over-evaluating their play, thinking about it for too long. You know, just sort of playing things how they happen.
Because there's a lot of like overthinking in Hearthstone
Absolutely,
too. You can
absolutely.
outthink yourself.
Yeah,
and
especially when you have 3
mistakes
heads
can
working
happen.
together. If everybody has different play, you sort of come together, you sort of miss the obvious stuff, right? So,
Oh, and the reses.
and that's what we're talking about. Bringing back 3 minions that died this game.
Oh,
That's
and the Divine
another
Hymn
14
coming
minion kills
out.
for 6. Ooh, this is going to be so difficult. They have 1 more sap, right?
They have 1 sap, but that's not going to be good enough,
They
I don't
will.
think.
They need the sap. Yes.
It has to be
exact
sap
turn.
right here.
They need to sap
And then,
Oh.
no, if they hit the sap,
that 14 is
sticking.
getting cleared, but with every single attack
We have to waste so much to clear that.
going into that. That is just so unfortunate. Divine Shield meaning that it doesn't even take damage the first time it would. So this 1/1 dagger going into it just basically, what we say, pops the bubble, right? You
Yeah.
got 14 more to deal with.
And we have to respect the Zilliax in this spot too, because if we don't deal with it now, it'll just keep healing.
It just keeps on going.
And
yeah.
then Drexel will just be in the same spot they were last time, and we burnt so many resources as Lafayette that we won't get there.
So we could deal with both threats if we traded everything in and played both Eviscerates. But you're sacrificing
Wasting so
all
much
of
damage.
That potential victory. The victory was from the 8 damage that Eviscerate can do and the 6 damage that Leroy can do.
Oh,
We'd have to invest all of it just to stay in the game.
that Spellstone coming out was so big.
Every card here is gonna have to be used, it looks like.
Yeah, we have to play everything just to
Now-
get our
And now it just comes down to whether their opponent has.
second Spellstone.
So they are gonna give them the 3 healing.
You have to give him a 3 healing.
You didn't, and you could have kept your Valspine alive with 1 more health. You could have eviscerated the
Right,
Zodiacs first.
yeah. And then we still would have
and then
pushed
you just
everything
trade
in.
everything
Yeah,
there. So a small misplay by them, but
small mistake, yeah.
realistically, at the end of the day,
I don't think that one's going to matter.
is the +3 health going to matter? We'll see here. -1 damage and the +3 health.
But this questing just dies on board.
Yep.
Really unlucky. Our hand is very low too. We only have one sprint in the deck, so we can't draw any more resources.
That's right. They already used their sprint, which is like their big, draw everything card. Now, I believe they still do have Myra's Unstable Element.
They do. They still have
draws
Myra's.
every single card out of your deck, and the rest just go away. So you have no more resources.
Yeah, and then you just play with your hand at that point, and you have to push.
Yep. And I'm not sure how many spiders got popped, but you should have still a couple left.
I think we've seen 3.
Yes.
So there should be 3 left.
Okay, so Myra's is a 5-4 spell that draws everything, and also usually summons 3/4/4s. Very powerful
Here comes
swing.
the stream.
That's just making it even less likely that we find Myra's.
Yeah.
4 minions going in there.
Just ruining it.
Probability.
And we still have, on the priest side, we still have servitudes, and we still have another spell stone.
Ooh,
We
okay,
got a
that's
spider.
That's an oak heart. That could do something.
That pulls a questing, and
Yeah.
or an Edwin.
Yeah.
So
Unfortunately, it's just when you have a build around card like Oak Heart where your deck is dedicated to play the card,
Yeah.
and it was the priests initially.
Yeah.
Now that the rogue has it, it just is completely ineffective.
play it for a 5/5, I guess.
You gotta play it.
You know they don't have a scream anymore.
It's a body on the board. You get an Edwin and a Minstrel. No effects coming out of them because they have to be played from your hand.
Yeah, but
So
just get the body.
Looking so much weaker than Priest's turn where they played it. So.
And I don't think the priest has any more clears, so we're just putting pressure, but they do still have a lot of taunts. They still have double Witchwood Grizzly, another Moshog,
Speak of the devil.
rezzing here.
I mean, that Leroy was clever putting a whelp in their res pool.
Yeah.
So honestly, there was a
I like
fair
this hit
chance
face.
that they might not have gotten a taunt there. They did hit the biggest taunt that they could possibly hit.
And our only answer is a sap to this, our last one in the deck, which is very unlikely to find now because we have so many
And now we just
shuffled minions in our deck.
have to kill it or sit on it. And as we talked about many times before, if we sit on it, they're probably just dead.
We can put down the life total here just to soften it up, just so they can't double their health.
Yep. So
and that's their only out
One of the
here.
ways they used to kill it, double the health. If we can hit down that health to be like 4 or 5, it doesn't kill us, but it will still hurt.
It might kill us. Lafayette might be dead here.
There's
a lot going on to it.
There's a chance. But you got to play it out as if you aren't, right?
Yeah,
I
I think
you got to do everything you can.
I think you run this Oak Heart into the 3/5 and you push everything else, even though it dies, into this Moshog, and play 2 4/4s and hope it's enough.
Yep.
But I think the priest might have this sealed up here.
In this situation, you just play both forwards, right? Leroy never.
No, I don't think you play Leroy.
Yeah. You
Okay,
can
we
barely
kill the
get
Moshog here. That's good.
You get the redagger. That's something.
20, so
Realistically, it's 1 card out of like 14.
the only way Lafayette dies here is double Divine Spirit, Intervire,
That's right.
or Topsy.
They're not dead, but sometimes being not dead is not that you're
Yeah.
winning.
Yeah.
Not
They're
dead
just
is like
very close.
the-
Oh,
Ooh,
here it is. I think they
wow.
have it.
So doubling the health again,
There it is. Drexel winning the series here.
making the attack equal. That thing went from 1 attack to 20, plus 19 damage, and just like that,
Drexel wins the
Drexel
series.
takes the entire series in an astounding
Yeah.
3-0 sweep.
And first place in PA Cup.
That's right, first place in PA Cup. Congratulations to Drexel on winning that series. And do you have any sort of like comments to talk about the matches? I mean, I really like the Rogue. I think realistically where some of the teams may have went wrong were the bans, right?
Yeah, I think the bans went wrong, and I think they still could have played the series out. And I think Lafayette being on stage in front of people right now also could just be nervous.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And
I mean,
there's just a few misplays I saw.
Especially
from
if
them.
like it's your first sort of event, you're coming out, you have the fans in front of you. It can add a lot of pressure, and
Yeah.
That
For sure.
that may have just gotten to him. But great game played by both teams. Honestly, great work done. I love the lineup. Honestly, Lafayette brought a very cool lineup. I really like that rogue. I'm
Yeah,
excited to
and
try
I think
it
they
out.
were very favored. They just had a few issues on
Yep.
their game plan versus that hunter, made a few mistakes, and that could have ultimately just costed them that series.
All right. Well, thank you guys for watching.
Yeah.
We're gonna get started on Overwatch.
Overwatch, yeah.
They're gonna be up next. In 20 minutes, they're gonna be up next. We're hearing. So stay tuned for that. Don't go anywhere. Feel free. But in 20 minutes, we'll be back here casting Overwatch. Thanks, guys.
But oh, there it is.
There it is.
There it is. Did you do absolutely nothing? Well, there it is.
There it is.
Now the sultry voice goes through my ears.
Woo.
Ooh. Certainly hope this isn't being podcasted. But if you do hear Christian's sultry voice, then that's okay.
Yeah. A
Just
little
have
louder.
music.
Like the music is the game volume.
Right.
Right. All right. A little bit louder.
Proper turn on. It's a little spicy.
You know, go from mild to hot.
A little too much?
It's not moving at all.
Oh, really? Whoa, okay. No. Oh, okay, that's mine. I was like, that's fun.
I was gonna say
I was like,
okay. Yeah. Check 1, 2, 3.
music's a little loud.
Hold on, let me get loud. Like that play was absolutely insane. Things are getting crazy right now.
Too hot, quieter. No, sorry. You went quieter. As in, like, I needed it louder. My bad. You go ahead and talk.
You know, talking volume. This is my talking volume. This is when things get hype. That was a 4K bomb. They had a family and now they don't.
All right, so here we are. We're seeing the Drexel Dragons. Yeah.
Like, is it not blowing out your ears, right?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear my voice too. Cool. Neato. 12 minutes.
I can hear in the game. We're at about a bit of a mild as far as the spiciness goes.
And
I
here
can
I'm
hear
talking
it.
about the beautiful sounds that I'm making.
Game needs to go. Put me at hot right now, dude.
I know. Bare
All right.
necessities.
That's Diablo. We need to go down a little bit more. That's the ticket. My voice is good enough.
Sorry,
I forgot the jump. Yeah.
All right, so here we go. We have the Drexel Dragons versus the Harrisburg University Storm. We're coming up on map 1, which I have no idea what it is, but that's okay.
What's up, guys? Welcome to the Harrisburg PA Cup. My name is Puns and Buns. I'm here with Chad, the director of esports here at Harrisburg, and we have a great Overwatch match coming up today with the Drexel Dragons versus the Harrisburg Storm.
Yep, Drexel Dragons actually just finished up in Hearthstone, coming hot off of a 3-0 win in Hearthstone, and now they're seeing if they can carry it into Overwatch. So tell me, what's this matchup going to look like?
You know, I watched the matchup yesterday in the semifinals against, it was Drexel versus Lafayette, and it was definitely a bit of a nail-biter, but they did manage to take the 3-0 with a tie on Hanamura, so we could really see anything here. Obviously, I've been here before and, commentated over the Harrisburg Storm. They're a very solid roster, so Drexel's really going to need to play, very safely, and they're going to need to do everything perfect if they're going to want to walk away with a win today.
Yep, absolutely, and I love seeing Drexel come in and play because we had a lot of schools in the PA Cup that we haven't normally seen recently. Some schools including Temple, Drexel, University of Pennsylvania, Penn State, at least for on the Hearthstone side of things. So it's cool to see new schools coming in to try out, to do clubs, to come in and compete. And Drexel has been impressing this whole way through.
Absolutely. They're, one of the first teams that actually started really getting involved in the local scene. They were at the Fusion Showcase a couple months ago competing. Alongside Harrisburg was there as well. Unfortunately, did, fall off in the bracket, but not without taking a couple maps with them. So, the fact that they could go up against some relatively good T3 teams and still hold their own just goes to show that they are, a solid roster, especially for a collegiate team.
And that's what I love to see is collegiate teams getting better and better here because it's something where when you first start out, it's really hard to have a great team at the very beginning. But as you work on things over time to see that improvement, that's what I want to see. So I'm looking forward to the competition coming up.
Absolutely. We're going to be getting things started very shortly, but why don't you go ahead and tell us a little bit about the esports program here at Harrisburg?
Yeah, sure. So for the Harrisburg University, we have 22 students currently on scholarship between Hearthstone, Overwatch, and League of Legends, and we're competing in Overwatch right now. During the spring season, which is currently happening, we have the TESPA season for Overwatch and Hearthstone. Actually, our Overwatch team is currently undefeated in TESPA, and on Tuesday, they will be playing a match to try and qualify for the Elite 8 or the Top 8, which will be in Houston, Texas on May 10th to 12th.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see that. They're definitely one of those teams that are up there, and, I believe we may be seeing them moving on.
I hope so, but I've learned you never ever say you can say that.
Yeah,
I cannot say that because I know better because the moment that I say that, then I'm held responsible. No, but it's something that we're actually looking super forward to, and it doesn't matter how many games you win or who you're winning against. You have to take it game by game and match by match because otherwise you can't get complacent when it comes to those things. So at one point, the Harrisburg University Overwatch team had to do a reverse sweep against the University of Toronto. And reverse sweeping when you're down 2 games isn't something that's easy to do. Yeah. Even if you do think that you're the better team or that you should be doing better, it takes a lot of mental fortitude to do that. So actually, it just happens to be funny that the people that we're competing against to make the top 8 is University of Toronto again. So there's a lot of mental things going into that on Tuesday, and I'm looking forward to that match too.
No, absolutely. And we want to welcome anybody here at the Whitaker Center. We want to thank you for coming out, and anybody watching on stream, thank you very much. We are going to be, once again, playing the game Overwatch today, and we will be going through shortly the map that we are going on, which I believe is...
I think it's Lijiang first.
Lijiang Tower. Yep, absolutely it is, which is a King of the Hill map. So as the clock is counting down, we'll actually show a little bit of the map. But once again, my name is Puns Buns. This is Chad, and yep, here we are. We are in Lijiang Tower Gardens. Now, for you, those of you who are new to Overwatch, this is what's considered a King of the Hill or control map. Now, as you see floating around, each team comes out from each side, and their goal is to overtake the center point, which you'll see just in a moment. It's that building right there. And once they capture that point, they have to hold it until it hits 99%. And once it hits 99%, they have to make sure that there's nobody else left on the point. And once that happens, and once a little bit of overtime goes down, and they have it at 100%, they win that point. This is a best-of-3 game type.
Yep, so you'll see the clock at the top coming in at 15 seconds. We'll have both of the teams come out, and then you'll have the blue side, which is... so blue side, it looks like it's swapped over. But you'll see them running out here in a second, and the blue and red, you'll see the percentages come up there. So that's how you can tell who's in the lead on this game type.
Absolutely. So we're going to be seeing, let's see, I think we're going to say that magic word, Goats. It's a 3-3 composition. So that's 3 tanks, 3 supports, and I think that's going to be all around here with Harrisburg University opting for the I believe it's called Dotes. I forget what it is.
Which
I just want it to
acronym,
be gone.
yeah.
I just want it to be gone. It's tanks. It's Ghosts with Winston, and they're going to be taking the first pick here with Darkstar on Brig going down. Switch able to get to about 30 charge here. Not a whole lot of damage, being able to generate more charge there. Nick totally getting booped off the point by Insomniac. They're going to be pushing very aggressively here, and that's going to be a wipe, and they're going to be able to take the point first.
Yep, so as you see this, from this first initial battle, one of the next things that's coming for you to look for if you're new is, okay, what can the team do to push out? Because Harrisburg University is going to be putting them in their spawn or keeping them in their spawn. So what can Drexel do to get out of spawn here and get back to the point like how they need to?
Absolutely. So I think they're going to keep what they have right now. They're not going to switch. They are going to switch to Ana. So they're going to switch on to Ana, which is an interesting choice, but they're going to push forward. So they just lost a little bit of ult percentage, but right now Harrisburg has that Primal Rage on deck. They're about to get their Coalescence here. And they're going to pop the Primal Rage now. Going to be knocking around Drexel a little bit. They're not able to fully get into that room. A sleep comes out on the Winston, but he is able to wake up. Now it's just a matter of trying to take care of him and get him down before he can get out of there. He uses his mobility to get back onto high ground, but he's still charging up his ultimate extremely quickly. He's already at 57% right after using the Primal. Primal is going to be there. The bomb comes out, isn't able to catch anybody just enough to destroy shield. Shatter comes in from Drexel, is able to catch one. There's two, and I think that's going to be it. That's going to be them being able to push and take this point here. They just have to clean off the little bit of scraps they have left.
Ooh, some beautiful play there by Reinhardt on Nick Tully. So he's pushing into that point. So we're going to see probably a cap, as you can see in the middle part with the circle. The blue is almost on there, but it seems that Harrisburg Storm's delaying it out a bit with Autumn Souls being pushed out. So hopefully I think we'll see a cap here. It's still being pushed over, and there we see the swap over to the 0%.
So Harrisburg got to about 77%. That means Drexel can really only afford to lose about 2 fights here, which is, the initial fight and then, when it goes into overtime. So they're going to really want to hold themselves strong here. They get to a higher percentage. Harrisburg is down Som, so they're going to wait to engage. They're going to wait for their Zen to come back. There's 3 ultimates on deck on the side of Drexel here. They got the Graviton. They have the Diva Self-Destruct, and they have Nano Boost. So I think we might see that Nano Boost onto the Reinhardt so we can swing for free here. Bubble comes out in Reinhardt. He's just pushing forward, trying to zone them out. Retina going around. And it looks like the Earthshatter comes in from Reinhardt, able to stun them out. Retina comes in the back with the Primal Rage. He's slept, but he manages to wake up. Gizmo's going to fall. That's going to be Zarya going down here. And there's going to be Autumn Souls is demeched, but he's almost about to get to his mech. That's 2, that's 3, that's going to be it. And I think they're going to be able to take the point here. And Drexel's going to have to win this next fight if they want a chance to even, take this game, well, just this map.
Yep, so absolutely. So if also one of the things that you're looking for if you're new here is the check marks in the corner. You can see the blue highlighted check marks and the different numbers leading up to 100%. Those are the characters' ultimates, or their big skill that they can use that every character has. Sometimes you'll see them try and coordinate with the other teammates at the same time. So typically you'll want to see as many check marks as possible going into the next fight.
A great charge there right onto Retina. Able to push him away. Now he's rotating onto the point. They use the self to try and zone out and capture the point. They commit the Graviton there, but Phoenix is going to go down. That's 1. It's a 6v5 battle right here. The Shatter comes in, is able to get Diva. He's not going to be able to get the kill as the rally comes out, is able to keep the team up. Here comes the Diva bomb on the side of Harrisburg. Is able to find nobody. The Primal Rage on the Gizmo is going to take 2, going to take 3. That's going to be enough for them to take the point right now.
Just a monster Primal Rage on Retina's part, being able to push them out and secure some kills there. So we're going to see the swap over. The first point going to the Harrisburg Storm in that map.
Absolutely.
And we'll see how the second map starts out. So if you're from Drexel, do you need to make any accommodations for this map? What are you going to be doing to try and swap this around?
Right now they're on the ideal setup. I don't know if they're going to commit to having that Mei, but running Mei on here is pretty common. They're running the standard, 3-3 comp with Reinhardt, which you're going to see Harrisburg switch on to. That's pretty much, that's the given for this map on Control Tower.
Okay, so after the first point, do you naturally see any swaps of different characters after that, or does it just depend?
It depends on what the map is. So you can see here that there's not a whole lot of high ground that you can take advantage of. There's not really a lot of places that you can go from mobility. So winning this is going to require a lot of team coordination, a lot of focusing on targets. So this is going to really go down to who can, use their, ult economy and their, just ability management the best.
So here we have the initial fight coming out, and it seems as though Harrisburg Storm's on the point first, with Drexel trying to push a little bit further. We have the Reinhardt up front with Retina trying to push them off back into the point to see if they can unlock it, which starts now. So the point has been unlocked. You can see Harrisburg University starting to get the point up to halfway, and Drexel pushing their way in.
Yeah, I mean, Harrisburg, it looks like they pretty much got this point in the bag. They did a full rotation through White Room, but wasn't really able to be to their benefit as they're going to fall here. Able to saw a little bit out on the point, but they didn't manage to cap the point yet. So now it's just a matter of just stopping them from getting being on the clock. But even then, she's going to have to come back, so it was a little bit for naught.
Yeah, I was going to say, the point capture, not like a traditional capture right away in that way, but we see the Harrisburg Storm pick up the first part of the point as they get 10 to 10%, keeping Drexel back towards the spawn area, and Drexel trying to push forward and break through that point.
Yeah, Retna's going to win the Reinhardt balance. He gets shattered first. They're going to commit the trans here, but it's already 2, so that's going to be they're losing their defensive ult, and they already lost 2, so they're not going to be able to engage here, but you're going to have Shatter on the side of Drexel, so they're going to be able to engage with that. They also have the Blizzard from May, so hopefully they can pull out a play with here. Now on the side of Harrisburg, they have Rally, so they're going to be able to engage with that. They have Graviton, and they have Trans, so they have the defensive ult from the Zenyatta, which keeps the team up, and the Graviton that they can use to aggress in on if they combo with the Rally. They also have Self-Destruct, which you see it more commonly comboed with the Graviton. Here comes the Sound Barrier in to keep Harrisburg up. They're going to commit the Graviton here, and the bomb comes in, and it's going to catch 2. Big from Autumn Souls. That's going to be enough to defend the point here. Phoenix going to catch 1 on the way out here, but it isn't enough to get them the point.
Just absolutely massive, and that's what we're talking about when we're talking about comboing those ults together to make sure that you can push the enemy team off. It's absolutely huge, so ult economy is something to always keep in check for, and we see Drexel trying to push forward with only Brigadier's Rally up.
Absolutely. You want to hold on to certain ultimates to counteract other ultimates, such as Homeless Bill is about to have Transcendence now, but the enemy team doesn't have Graviton yet, so he might want to hold on to that until they use Graviton, unless they use another ultimate such as Shattered Team, because you can use it, once again, defensively. They're going to be pushing through White Room here, committing the Rally. They're going to be the aggressor here. There's a counter Rally on the other side, and it looks like he fire strikes the wall. He's going to get pushed away by Brig. He's going to be kept away from his team here. The Transcendence comes out, keeping up Drexel a little bit, but Brig's going to go down, but Retna's going to fall, so it's a 5v5 right now with a main tank gone on the side of Harrisburg right now, but now there's no main tank on the side of Drexel, nor the support, so I think this is going to be clear-cut win for Harrisburg right now.
Yep, that was Drexel's chance to try and get that 5v5, and it was the one position where they didn't have the main tank up, but once you saw those kills follow up, I think on Soames' Zenyatta, we actually saw a lot from there, so that's when you knew that the point was pretty much solidified.
Absolutely. Like I said, this map specifically comes down to just having better ult management, better ability management. So we're gonna watch this bomb here. This is the combo right there. You want to use that Graviton along with that self-destruct, because a lot of times there's not really much you can do to stop that self-destruct. Able to get 2, and that was a great utilization right there, and they still had the other 2 ultimates for the fight.
Yep, absolutely. So while we're in between, I'll talk a little bit about the person that had that play of the game, Autumn Souls. So currently he is filling in for Smoody on the off-tank role. So we saw him playing Diva. I think he's normally flex support, so it's cool to see a transition into playing that and doing very well at the very beginning too. So it's something where you have to be able to adapt and be able to change around.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of stars on the side of Harrisburg here. I think there's a lot of budding stars on the side of Drexel too. I saw Nick Stoley, like I said last time at the Fusion Showcase. He did an amazing job. I believe I saw him. It was against Al Rejects, which was Kefri Samito's team. It was one of the teams that went on to the finals. They managed to take a map by playing Tour.
That's the thing. Sometimes when you're playing people that are, they're traditionally seen as a little bit better than you, or you just know that they have a little more experience. Sometimes if you play the exact same thing as what they expect you to, then they'll typically win because they know what they're doing. So sometimes what people try and do is they try and change up their strategy and bring something different in hopes that it'll confuse the enemy team. And that's what happens. You get a map win. The University of Toronto did something similar when they brought in stuff that we might not have expected. And it's cool to see those kind of adaptations come in.
Absolutely. It's like that rule in poker. You can't play your opponent if they, don't necessarily know what's going on themselves.
It's like you can't read me if I don't know what I'm doing. You certainly can't read what I'm going to do next. So we'll see what happens. And sometimes that works out actually. So it's always cool to see what comes from that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what map we're going to be going into next. I believe it's going to be a payload map if I'm not mistaken, but I probably am. But Either way, it's going to be a best of 5 here. So the first one to take 3 maps is going to be the winner, and you're going to be taking that beautiful PA Cup, which I saw, and it looks fantastic.
It does, actually. If you haven't seen it, it's currently right outside the digital cinema in person, because we have this both going on Twitch and it's spectating in live at the Whitaker Center's digital cinema. And we have the PA Cup for Hearthstone, Overwatch, and League of Legends hanging out outside, and it looks great.
Yeah, we need a PA Cup for casters. I need something to take home, you know?
Yeah, you just need to feel so good about yourself that you just need to be like, this trophy, I deserve it. It's for me. Thank you so very much.
I just need something to show, you know. I want to show my parents, like, hey, listen, I'm doing something.
See, I think you want it for the vlogs and the social media. You want to take a Twitter picture and just be like, oh, this is great. And you're gonna go upstairs afterwards. You're gonna be like holding both cups. I'm gonna see you both. You're gonna be like drinking out of the cup and stuff like that. I'm gonna be like, Christian, you need to stop.
I mean, you don't drink what race car drivers drink. What they, I believe, milk.
Like champagne or milk or something like that, depending on what they're doing.
What do they? Game Fuel, Red Bull?
No. Can you imagine drinking that much game? The cup is like this deep. You want to drink that much Game Fuel? Yeah, that's. I don't know what you're doing, man. I think we'll do some like chocolate milk or something.
Yeah, that would be fun. Just not in the cup.
Yeah, just preferably not in the cup.
But we got about a minute left before we go into the map here. So I think, Drexel didn't, they managed to take the point back on a couple of moments there, but we weren't able to, do a full cap on a map. So, they're definitely showing promise here. I think that, once they get themselves together, this happened exactly in the semifinal match against Lafayette. They lost the Koth match, and then they came back, and they did a lot of unconventional stuff that ended up leading into them taking the next consecutive maps. Hanamura was a lot of fun to watch. Like I said, saw some Sim Bastion, which I'm always a huge fan of any East Coast shenanigans.
Jeez, yeah. any shenanigans that may or may not occur is always a good time.
But I want to see. Hopefully, we'll be seeing some East Coast shenanigans here. I can't see it, but I can hear the music. We're going to Numbani.
All right. Well, the great part is that this is an East Coast tournament, so sometimes you just need to bring out the East Coast cheese. It's a specialty.
Absolutely.
So we're going to be hopping in here over to the map in just a second, and here we are, starting in the next 40 seconds.
Yep. So I'm not even going to come on to defense. Could be anything.
They could swap anything. We know better. It could be swapped over.
But we'll take a look at I meant the attack. The attack usually is messed around, but the defense you're going to see. It's what you see is what you get most of the time.
Well, blue side here, in this case, we have the Harrisburg Storm. And on red side, we have Drexel University picking their current heroes. And we have 15 seconds leading up into the match, and then we'll see what the start of Numbani looks like.
Dude, I'm so happy to start seeing some of these DPS heroes again. You're going to be seeing
it feels
Ash.
Good. It just feels good. Back when Dive was the most popular thing, people were like, no, this is too much. And we're like, oh, thank you. Something is back.
Yeah, and I mean, this is not the first time I'm seeing Ash being played, but I'm excited to see what Ash does in this new meta that we're going to be shifting into soon. But anyway, so on the side of Harrisburg, we have Ash, we have the Pharmacy, which is Farah Mercy, and they're running a little bit more of a divey composition here. On the side of Drexel, running a divey composition, but they have that Sombra too, so they're going to be looking to take away some of those abilities from the enemy team.
And the start would just, you can basically see that they're just waiting to go here, waiting for Genji to come back up. And Hobbs picking up 2 huge kills on Farah with the Mercy pocketing him from behind. So you'll see, if you're unfamiliar with those characters, they like to hang out in the sky. They like to fly around. So sometimes you can't quite see them, but you'll see that right after.
It's like it was like they were watching their friends, like, you cross the street. No, you cross the street.
It's like, yeah, who wants to go first? And then all of a sudden, and 2 get picked off. And you're like, I'm not crossing the street anymore. No, thank you.
But we're going to see the defense is being very strong here. They're going to be pushing them right to their spawn. They're going to disengage a little bit here. They were just looking for some exit frags. But now we're going to be watching as they set themselves up onto the high ground here. Now, I don't think we're seeing any changes here on the side of Drexel. I mean, look, they're about to have EMP. Oh, that was a great dynamite there. Catches a lot of Sombra. But she's about to be at that EMP, which is going to be huge for them. They're also about to have that Nano and that Blade. Dynamo is going to go down, so there's going to be no sound barrier there, even though it wasn't even there yet. But Harrisburg's just getting these ultimates left and right. They already have a Bob on deck, and they have a Nano.
Oh, it's just, you can see it with the pickoffs early and being able to pick up those early ults. Harrisburg Storm has 4 ultimates ready to go. To Drexel's 1, just the Genji Blade, who is currently still in spawn. So Drexel's going to be in a pretty tough position right now, trying to get moving forward.
The win condition here is getting that EMP off and catching as many as he can, preferably catching that Ashe and catching that Ana, because those are 2 of the big ones right there, making sure they can't use that Nano to keep somebody up and using that Bob to contest the point and or just wipe out the team. Now they have Nano and Blade, so I think we might see a combination of all 3, and then possibly using that Primal Rage to get some final kills and or just push the team back a little bit so they have room to do what they need to do.
Yeah, Drexel's next push is absolutely what we're looking for. We see the Nano Blade that's probably going to come up, and if they can place that at the same time as the EMP with Winston's Primal Rage pushing people back, Drexel University has a really good chance of this push, and we see the EMP come down right now.
And it's going to catch 2. It catches one of the ones that they needed to get, which was the Ashe, but she comes out of the hack now. Here comes Bob. Bob's angry. He's going to be sleeping. He got caught in a great trank by what I believe his name is, I can't see. It's almost Bill. He went down too fast. I couldn't actually catch what it was. But that's going to be a lot of ultimates here, and they have a minute left, so they're going to need to either farm up something quick, or they're not going to be able to even take a tick here.
I mean, that was the push for Drexel right there. They had 5 of their ultimates up. I think the Primal Rage came out a little bit late on Drexel's side, but they really had an opportunity, and they did. Between the Nano Blade and the EMP, they did very time that well. But Harrisburg University Storm were able to push that back with ultimates of their own, and just also the gameplay coming out with a big pick here on Genji from Ashe. Just pretty rough. So Drexel's going to be in a tough position for the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't even have Blade yet. I think we might be seeing a swap onto something that can maybe do a little bit more of a stall. No, I guess they're going to roll with the Genji still. They're going to keep their same composition. They're kind of tugged up in this room. They're definitely going to need someone to jump on that point and kind of at least start the overtime counter, but they're all stuck in this room. Winston is kind of being a bouncer right now, saying, nah, you're not allowed into the club, but Darkstar manages to get back onto the point. Nobody's there. Nobody's able to touch, and they're not able to initiate overtime, and that's going to be Harrisburg either setting up the situation for a win or for a tie.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is what we're talking about when we're saying that somebody has to be on the point. If all 6 of your teammates are towards the back and nobody's there to commit, then you don't get overtime. So you don't even get that extra opportunity or extra time to capture the point. And now we're seeing a position where Drexel wasn't even able to get 1 tick. So the Harrisburg University Storm's not really going to have to do too much.
Yeah, I mean, ideally here, Drexel needs to, bunker down, get that full hold here. I mean, I said it earlier, they ran Sim Bastion over in the semifinal. I think we might see it here as a last-ditch effort to try and get this map. But if not, there's still a chance for them to come back and get that reverse sweep. I've seen it happen before. Any Philly fans would know it's always map 5 in Philadelphia.
This special, it's you gotta 2-0 never means 3-0, you know what I mean? So to turn off your TVs or turn off the Twitch stream is always a mistake, because that's what happens, or what can happen. So we'll see Drexel here going to be pushing out, but they really, as we see a Symmetra and Bastion. So somebody did their homework and checking out the games, as we mentioned before, and we'll be seeing some of that East Coast special cheese drummed up just for you today.
I can't wait to see it. I mean, they did it well. This is exactly how they got their tie in that match against Lafayette. So are we going to see a repeat performance? It's anybody's guess here, because Harrisburg is definitely playing very solid, and their ult economy is just absolutely fantastic. Like I said earlier, Drexel's going to need to play perfect here if they want to tie this up.
And we're going to see the start here, and I wonder if Harrisburg University is expecting it, because, you might have done their homework, but did Harrisburg University? We don't know, so we're going to find out.
Yeah, I didn't share no vods.
Yeah, that's the point. That's good. I want to see what comes out. So they're going to be coming out with the Farrah Mercy flying through, but we have the Orisa Shield and the Bastion starting up with Drexel University pushing, and we'll see about Harrisburg University's initial push.
I mean, look at that. They're getting people very low right now. The Diva goes down onto the low ground to kind of stall at the point. Switch is able to get taken here, but Hobbs is going to catch Stu, along with Retna getting the mech onto Gizmo. So that's going to be it for Gizmo here. That was a very quick push. They managed to give a little bit of stutter, but it wasn't enough to really do much of a defense, and that's going to be Harrisburg taking map 2 here.
Yep, and the reason, obviously, why the first tick ends it is because Drexel wasn't able to get any from the first map. So as you go through these maps, sometimes they can be elongated very much by how many points are taken. So for those of you that are new, sometimes it's always like, wait, that was just that 1 point. Why did it go so fast? Like, how did it work like that? I know when I first started watching Overwatch at the very beginning, I was like, wait, what? Because I didn't know the context behind it. So
Absolutely. And I was talking about the Sim Bastion composition. It is kind of a last-ditch effort. It's something you throw out there. It can throw your opponent off, and if you do it solidly enough, it can be a bit of a wall. But it's not always the most solid strategy, as we saw, because when you have somebody like Fire who can get in the air and just kind of take those pot shots there and take out your Bastion, if you can't get that Bastion up, or if you can't manage to keep your Orisa or either just really any of your tanky characters there, it's gonna be a rough day for you.
tough position to be in. So right now we see a current lead of 2-0 from the Harrisburg University Storm. We're going to be going into a third map here in a couple of minutes, which I think we have to double check on to see which one it is. But what type of map is it going to be?
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this one is going to be an assault map. So I think we're going to be going to an assault map here, which is also considered 2 CP or 2 control point, which for those of you, once again, who are new, that means that there is 2 points that each team needs to capture. The first point and a second point. Now, once they take that second point, the amount of time that they have left on the clock is how much time they have left to do a second push if the other team is able to do the same and take both points.
Yep, absolutely. So going into a best of 5 maps, time-wise, you never know how long it can be because like I said, some of these map types can actually elongate really far, especially when you're starting out with the attack, and if they go the entire way, and then they have to defend the entire way as well. So we're going to see how the opening of that map goes here in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I definitely would talk about some of the players that I saw, on the side of Drexel. I want to say,
absolutely,
Almost Bill was doing a great job with those sleeps. Caught the Bob and caught Winston several times, keeping him down, making sure that they couldn't do much. Now they did end up getting woken up. That's just a given when you have like these these hectic team fights. But it just goes to show that as time goes on and as they move forward with building their team, they're going to be able to take advantage of these these little things.
Yeah.
And that's what it is, taking learning how to play as a team is just learning the little things and then moving on to more macro plays, learning exactly countering your opponent. We're just getting let known now that we're going to be having some subs. I don't know on which side or if we're talking about Hoagies, because I could go for a Hoagie right
which
now.
one? You never know. Depending on the area, you can never be too sure when that's going to be. My guess is I think on Harrisburg University's side there might be some subs coming in. So once we see who they are, we can talk about who they're replacing and what they'll be playing. So it's cool to see map 3, and we're gonna see a different team come in.
Absolutely, and we would definitely give a couple shout outs to the people who are helping make this event possible. First off, Danny, our production guy here, who's
the wizard behind all of the setup that goes into this and all of the hard work, because Lord knows the graphics don't just magically appear out of nowhere. So there's a lot of hard work that goes actually into the production of these kind of things, and we're thankful for that. All the people that are casting, such as yourself, for the different games in Hearthstone. We actually had 2 of our students casting Hearthstone, which was pretty cool to see the student output, because I know people like having practice with that, so it's cool to see. And then we'll also have the same thing coming in for League. But just to see all of the effort that the university puts in to be able to host events like this is really cool. One thing that I wanted to mention is we'll be having Q Festival in September, which is a major event for schools from all over the nation for all 3 games. And it's something where we're going to be doing even more schools than we did previously, and it really gives you that LAN environment feel of having hundreds and hundreds of students. I can't wait. We're having it in September. So the schools that are taking part in PA Cup, they're going to be looking at different schools, but there's going to be so many people here, Christian, and you better be back for it.
Oh, I'm going to definitely be here. For those of you who've never played in a LAN tournament before, there's nothing like it. I mean, you can play games online, but there's something magical about being physically there and seeing who you're playing against. And you know what I mean? There's a thrill to that. And, if you ever have the chance to enter into a tournament, definitely take advantage of that, especially if you're in the wonderful city of Philadelphia. I'm going to give a plug to Nerd Street Gamers. We have the facility local host where you can come and play games all you want for, to $15. So you can go figure that out. But, they do great work and they help out a lot of different, local, productions. I think we have some TOs from Nerd Street here helping out.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely. It's awesome to be able to see all of Pennsylvania and Philadelphia, doing so much, because one of the things, obviously, since we're talking about Overwatch right now too, is the Philadelphia Fusion, and they just announced their major arena that they're going to be having in 2020 and 2021, being built in Philadelphia, smack dab right there, right next to Xfinity Live, and the amount of jobs and the amount of people and the amount of seats there are and the amount of money going into it, and all of a sudden, people who aren't too familiar with esports have seen that and they've been, wait, this is for real, like this is really cool.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like, I'll tell you what, seeing that and putting it on my Facebook, and so many people messaged me, anybody who works in esports, like I imagine if you're in this area when the Fusion Arena got announced, they're just like, wow. This is what you do?
Wait, Christian, you were directly responsible for that whole $50 million arena coming up, right? Like that was you.
I wish it was me, but I mean, it just goes to show how this industry is growing, just in the professional era and just through the collegiate scene too. We're seeing so many more colleges pop up and invest in their programs from community all the way up to universities. So, I'm just so excited for the future of esports, just seeing schools like Harrisburg putting so much effort into building their teams and building their tournaments. This is a time to be alive.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really cool to see all of the effort going into the professional esports scene and all of the effort going into the collegiate esports scene. And now we're seeing a lot of effort being put into the high school esports scene. And it's just really cool because you see this way that you can go through esports as you're growing up now, and students that are going into middle school and things like that, now they have an avenue to play games and to communicate with their friends and to hang out and to do after school things and to be a part of a community and do all these different parts, and that's what we're trying to promote across the whole board, so it's really cool as a community to be able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's just the opportunities for people who may not be able to play regular sports, people who are disabled or just don't
all across the board. Yeah, I mean,
it's amazing.
Esports is it's diverse. Like the people's backgrounds and where they come from and different things like that is pretty awesome. And I think that's only going to get better and better as the culture around video games continues.
Absolutely. So we're going to be going to Hanamura, or as I like to call it, Dronamura, because this can go on for a very long time. Because in 2CP, the overtime will just keep going and going and going and going and going and going and going. But hopefully we won't have it today. Hopefully we have a very awesome matchup here where we see, some great plays from both teams. Like I said, this is where Drexel came back and tied up the map, and that was very fun to watch. So hopefully maybe they'll win this one, or maybe they'll draw it, or, who knows. And
in the 30 seconds leading up, we did mention subs a little bit earlier. So if you look on Harrisburg University's side here on blue, currently playing Mercy is Vinpin, who is subbing in for Insomniac. So we have Vinpin playing there, and we'll see how the jump out for Hanamura point A starts.
Absolutely. So on the defense here, we're going to be seeing the, it's if we're going back to the 2-2-2, we're going to see the dive composition with the Nash and with the pharmacy, the Farah Mercy. So we'll see what Drexel's going to have to do here. I mean, they're going to be running. It looks like they're running. I don't have a name for that. It's running Symmetra alongside of.
We'll find out.
We'll figure out what exactly
once
is happening.
Symmetra starts bringing up some ports.
It's a 3-2-1 right here.
Yeah. And that left us speechless at the beginning because we were trying to say what it was, and then by that time, Hobbs had picked up 4 kills already. So a big start for Harrisburg University, especially for Hobbs, being pocketed by Vinpin here for the pharmacy combo, flying around, shooting off some rockets, and pushing Drexel back.
So yeah, it looks like here at Harrisburg, they're a little lactose intolerant, so there's going to be no cheese play here on the side of Drexel. They're not going to allow it. They're going to switch on to the McCree, so we're going to see some McCree play here, sticking with the 3-2-1. So he's going to be trying to get that Farah out of the air, or at least the Mercy. Nick Tully getting in there and gets very low and taken down by Autumn Souls here. So this is going to be a situation where they're going to want to regroup and get out as fast as they can. And yeah, that's good. That's going to be it. They're going to commit that dive right there to finish off Gizmo. And I think they're going to stall it out. For a second there, they were on that point, contesting the point. But I think, not not for too long.
Not for too long. They were there. They jumped up. They almost got that first tick, as you can see with the little highlight there. But unfortunately able to finish it out completely as we see it drain back to 0. So Drexel University is going to have to come up with another push here.
Yeah, we're going to see the switch. You know, we're changing from Sim to McCree to now we have a Widowmaker. Widow's going to be trying to... Oh, we actually got a lot of changes across the board. Now we have Hammond alongside there the Winston. So if you're running a Hammond, you're looking to disrupt here. So there it is, the disruption onto the Ashe, able to knock her up into the air a little bit. But that's 2 down on the side of Drexel, so they're going to have to cancel their push here and, you know, recollect themselves. I mean, they got Widow back up, but Gizmo's out of mech, and I don't know exactly where Gizmo is, but hopefully they're getting back to spawn. No, they get taken down, so they don't have to sacrifice ult charge to get back
keep
into
them back. Nope.
Yeah.
And you know, some people like to say variety is the spice of life, but when you get a little too much variety, then you don't get too many ults is the problem. So as we look at Drexel and see no ults to Harrisburg University, ults on pretty much everybody but Farah.
See, you want to be careful when you make these swaps onto different heroes because you're sacrificing a lot of ult charge in order to go to do another strategy. So sometimes it can work out. I've seen teams swap onto 3-3 and go ahead and roll a map, and then they have ult for the next fight. But we're not seeing this here. They're kind of pushing in. They're a little bit like scattered here. They're going to need to regroup themselves and come up with a more solid strategy, push together, at least utilize Hammond's ability to be a disruption to push forward, but Harrisburg just plays so aggressively. But that's going to be big. That's Phoenix taking Hobbs down. That's 1 to the dome. They have 2 ultimates here. We're going to see Hammond utilize his minefield to try and zone them out. Here he is. He's going to be pushing forward. Slams down. No one to minefield, but he's going to put it onto the high ground anyway. Bin takes down Widowmaker with a melee. You love to see.
Yeah, you love to see Mercy flying around while healing, but then still having time to punch somebody. But Retina picking up a kill on Gizmo, along with picking up another one on Darkstar and Winston and pushing it out. And they seem to be pushing Drexel out here with them having 30 seconds to try and get that first point. Yeah. Phoenix with a big pick, though, on Swish, and then Binpin just rezzing Swish back up, ready to go for round 2. Drexel's only having 15 seconds. Hobbs is trying to push them back, has the ult barrage here, which you're going to see here in a couple of seconds, and Drexel's in a pretty tough spot. They're going to have to run to the spawn point with only 10 seconds left.
Yeah, this is do or die for them right now because this is going to put them in a situation where they can only tie it if they don't even get a single tick here. There goes Phoenix. There goes Homeless Bill. That's going to be 3. This is going to be a miracle if they can pull it off. They're going to be pushing forward. There's going to be Gizmo getting out of mech. Red is going to be taken down by Darkstar. Here comes the barrage to take down Gizmo. Going to be hiding behind that bell, but it's not enough, and it's going to be Harrisburg going ahead and taking this point.
The hamster tried to stall. He tried. He gave it his honest effort. But we see the overtime bar go down, and that's going to be the first round complete in favor of the Harrisburg University Storm, and they will be able to swap over onto the attacking side here. And we're going to see what kind of comp they come out with.
I mean, it doesn't mean it's over. If they can manage to hold this entirely here, that's a tie, and that just means they go on to continue the last 2 maps, and then they would play another map to kind of decide this one right here. So it's a sticky situation to be in, but Drexel shouldn't count themselves out. They still have a chance to bring this back, and you got to put your all in on this one. You got to put
put everything you got.
You got to. I mean, I think we might see a return to the Sim Bastion. I think it's inevitable. Right now they're riding on a wing and a prayer.
Yeah.
This is gonna be tough, but I believe that they can pull themselves together and give a good defense here.
Well, that's what we're talking about. When you know that like the traditional comp that you're running might not have been successful, you might want to try something a little bit different. So we're going to see if Drexel opts for something similar or if they're going to go for the Sim Bastion, which they pulled out on Hanamura last time actually in the semifinals. So it's something where you might have to take some chances.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of indecision here on the side of Drexel. They're making those choices very slowly. I think we're going to see them mirroring what was that stopped them before. So maybe there's, don't fix what's not broken, just if it was stopping.
If it worked there, yeah, why not?
I mean, and on the side of HU Storm with the, I was going to say, if we saw that Torb stay, that's a little bit of a shake-up there, but they're going to be running, let's see here, bunker composition or Risa Oats? No, that's Quad Tank. That's going to be Quad Tank.
Oh, wait. Do we see a swap on? Is it going to stay on the Symmetra?
Here's a Sim.
Ooh.
All right, things are getting spicy here. We're going to be seeing Hammond here on the point. Going to be putting the pressure on, utilizing that shield to keep himself up here. Here's the teleporter getting onto the point. Homeless Bill is going to be taken out by Retina. and this is going to be them just kind of being an absolutely aggressive force here. Gizmo's out of mech. Dark Star's going to go down. Gizmo is finally going to be down. Dark Star's going to stay alive, but he's not able to stay alive here. And I think this is going to be a very quick last point here for Harrisburg, and that's it. That's going to be it.
The Roadhog right at the beginning from Retina just picking off people at the very beginning was just brutal. So we see that point push, and sometimes that initial defense is the hardest thing, that, you know, when you find out what happens, but then from there, Harrisburg University is able to pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, that's, and if I'm not mistaken, that means that they are our PA Cup Overwatch champions.
The 3-0. So for the best of 5, it was the first of the 3 maps, so we had that, and yeah, there you go. So we'll be moving forward here on the League of Legends, I believe, at 4 p.m. But that's it for Overwatch. So if you're around, feel free. We're going to be doing stuff with the trophy, taking some pictures, doing that kind of stuff. And also shout out to Drexel for competing, who competed in both Hearthstone and Overwatch and making it to the finals in both.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They, you know, even though they weren't able to pull it through here, I mean, they won it in Hearthstone. So, you know, there's so much that they, you know, so much potential here. I mean, you're right. They made it to the finals, and watching their semifinal against Lafayette, you know, they've got some strong stars in the making on their team. So I'm very excited to see what they do leading up to the next PA Cup and the next, you know, hopefully seeing them into HuFest. I think we see them next week, actually.
Over in the Temple tournament, yeah. So it's going to be so there's a tournament for Temple for Overwatch over in Philadelphia. So we'll see them there, and we'll be able to talk to them there. But I think it's really cool because when you're a club and we're talking about, you know, what it takes to become varsity and things like that, if you say, you know, to your administrators like, hey, you know, we did the PA Cup, you know, we were finalists in these games, we won Hearthstone, we got to compete, we got to do all these different things, like look at this event. You know, you show that to people and they're like, oh, okay, we start to understand more. So that's really cool for Drexel to be able to do that, and I'm glad to see them competing in the Temple match too.
Absolutely, and we're going to be going over, I believe you said League of Legends is up, and it's UPenn versus Harrisburg?
Yep, yeah, UPenn versus Harrisburg University in a best of 3 for League of Legends. So thanks for watching, and stay tuned for League of Legends.
What was that? Yes, test, test. I can hear myself just fine. No, it's at a really good level. Yeah, I can hear myself over it. Just fine. Okay.
So I'm Mike checking 1, 2. I'm Chad. Can you hear yourself, game, everything? Is it too loud, too soft?
I can hear you just fine. I'm a little bit on the soft end, but
Okay.
just barely. It's at a really good level. I can hear you very clearly.
Oh, you're balanced?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final matchup of the day where Harrisburg University is going to be taking on University of Pennsylvania in the League of Legends Finals for the Pennsylvania Cup. I'm Trevor Audio Goodrich, and returning to the casting desk is HU's very own esports director, Chad Smeltz.
I'm back again, here for some League of Legends actions coming at you today. We're going to be playing a best of 3 in League of Legends against the University of Penn, which you mentioned. Earlier on the day before, we went through the entire group stage of the bracket, and now we are down to the 2 final teams. So I'm excited to see what the teams decide that they want to break out and how the teams are going to stack up against each other.
Yeah, both of those teams did go undefeated during the regular bracket, so hopefully we're going to see a pretty good match here, as these are definitely the best teams of the tournament.
Yep, and I think during Champ Select we're going to see some pretty interesting things, because usually in Game 1 there's a lot of different things that you can break out, so it's a little bit hard to guess what kind of champions and what kind of strategies we're going to be going for. But as we go into Champ Select, which will be starting here in just a little bit, we'll be able to get in there and see what it looks like. So.
Yeah, definitely excited to see what composition these teams come out for, because I know Harrisburg during the regular kind of bracket had some weird picks. They didn't give away too many strategies, so they're kind of saving their hand here for the finals, making sure that they have all of their cards ready for University of Pennsylvania.
Yep, and one thing that I do know in regards to the League of Legends teams for Harrisburg University is that the Game 1 roster will not be the same as Game 2, regardless of win or loss. So you'll be seeing 4 different players in Game 2 that you do in Game 1, which I'll mention a little bit more in between the 2 games once we get to that point, because we are guaranteed a minimum of 2 games in a best of 3. So we'll be able to talk about that and the different strengths and weaknesses of that. But for the time being, like I said, we're going to go into Champ Select here in just a moment, and then we'll get the band started.
Yeah, absolutely. And these 2 teams, as we said, are kind of the best in the tournament. Is there anything you're kind of expecting out of these compositions right off the bat? Having some inside information on Harrisburg specifically.
It depends. There's a couple different compositions that you can go for. The one thing that I want to see is whether they decide to go for an early game composition or more towards a mid to late game. Because when you run an early game composition, which we'll actually see here going into it, the onus is on the team with the early game comp to perform well at the beginning, and then they have to take that lead and push it somewhere to show that they can end a game quickly. And that's something that can be pretty hard. So I think we're going to go to the Champ Select and go full screen with it if we can, and then we'll be able to talk a little bit about the bands going in and the Champ Select. So give us just one moment. You can see it right behind us right now. We'll be able to talk about the bands here as they start doing it. So tournament draft going in. If you're unfamiliar with League of Legends, the way it works is that you're banning 3 different champions, taking turns between Team 1 and Team 2, and then both teams are able to pick. So here we are going into the pick ban. So on the left side, we have the Harrisburg University, and on right side, we have the University of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and Harrisburg University, since they are on blue side, they will get the first pick once the bans are completed. And then once we get the second round of bans, it will be University of Pennsylvania's time to get the first pick in the second round. So we'll see what they're able to do with that. Aurelian Soul and Master Yi, the first ones taken off the table. I know, Shockwaves in particular has played a lot of Master Yi in his solo queue games, so definitely a target ban there. And then University of Pennsylvania taking away that Talia.
Yep, so coming here in the next 5 seconds, you'll see the second ban for University of Pennsylvania. Usually when you're banning, you see an Elise ban. Usually you want to see bans that either do one of 2 things. One, they target one of the enemy players, so say this player is a really good Elise player. You say, okay, let's ban Elise. The second way that you can go about bans is that you can say, okay, this character that we're banning is really good against the composition that we want to play. By doing that, you just ban general champions that are strategy-wise not that great against what you want to do.
Yeah, and that's where this Urgot, the final ban from Harrisburg University, comes through. Has been a super strong champion, as in the most recent update for League, he did get some changes that allowed him to be a lot more aggressive, and he's kind of one of the best top laner champions in the game right now, can even be played in the jungle as well. So just kind of one of those all-around picks that they're going to take off the table.
Yep, and now we have UPenn picking up their third ban, and then we'll be able to go into the pick, picking away Silas. And I do know that Platypus for Harrisburg University does enjoy some Silas games, so the Silas ban makes sense. We see the first pick coming in here, which because Harrisburg University is blue side, so they'll be able to pick one champion, and they decide to lock in Vladimir. Tell us a little bit about Vlad.
Yeah, so it's a really nice flex pick. Vladimir is a mage that scales incredibly well into the late game. He has historically been played mostly mid, but recently has been flexed up to the top side of the map, which just allows Harrisburg University to kind of hold their hand, not give away too much information, because University of Pennsylvania don't know exactly where that Vladimir is going, so they can't draft against him quite yet. As for their first pick, they are going to lock in their jungler, Sejuani.
Yep, so like I said, Vladimir also is a team fighter. He's very good, a little bit of a weak early game, but also is somebody who can team fight and flank very well in that sense. So I'm excited to see what the Vladimir play looks like. On UPenn's side, we have Sejuani as a first pick, which is a pretty safe tank jungler, can go well in a lot of compositions. Followed up with another tank, most likely top lane in Sion. Sion is also a very safe pick that can do a lot of engaging with his ultimate, as well as just safely farm with a variety of skills.
Yeah, University of Pennsylvania have drafted themselves a really strong front line right out of the back. Right out of the bat, if they want to pick up some carries now in the second round, they should have a good protection for them, as it's going to be Harrisburg University picking up probably one of the best late game carries in the game. It's going to be the Vayne for their ADC.
Yep, so with the first two picks, you heard me talking a little bit about early game and late game. Initially, when you see Vladimir and Vayne, that's late game.
Yeah.
They are very much champions that do well late game. However, what I like to see is that sometimes if you commit too much to late game, you find yourself losing out early, and sometimes games can do something called what we call snowball, which is get out of control too fast, right? So the third pick is Nidalee, who is also a very good early game jungler. So maybe it helps balance out a little bit of the late game first two picks on Harrisburg University's side.
Yeah, the last pick for University of Pennsylvania is going to be Malzahar. That is a mid lane mage, most known for his ultimate, which can lock down a single target, prevent them from moving or using any spells or abilities for a couple seconds. So coupling that with the two kind of engaged tanks that they do have a lot of crowd control or ways to stop the enemies from moving or using abilities. So if you ever see Harrisburg University step too far out of position, they could be punished by that. We're going to move into the second round of the ban phase now, as both teams will get two more bans. It's going to be the Morgana taken away from University of Pennsylvania, and the Lucian, more of an early game ADC for Harrisburg.
Yep, I mean the Morgana ban on the side of UPenn makes a ton of sense. If you look at their first three champions, what do? They CC. In this case, that means crowd control, which takes away movement from the enemy team. Morgana is very good at helping her team stay away from crowd control with her black shield. So taking away Morgana is a very safe ban here. And they decide to target the bot lane again in another support in Braum. You can always stand behind Braum, but not in this case because he's not going to be played this game.
Yeah, taking that away from Titus, that kind of speaks to me that they want to pick up a important support for themselves. They are going to have the first round pick here in the second phase, but a really smart adaptation ban there by Harrisburg University, kind of reading that they might want to grab a playmaker support and taking away the Thresh.
Yep, so actually UPenn decides to go for Caitlyn, who is a strong early game AD carry going up against the Vayne. So Vayne's going to have a little bit of a hard time at the beginning, depending on the support picks. And it looks as though they want to counter the support in UPenn because they are last picking their support, barring any flex shenanigans.
Ooh, and here's some of that flex shenanigans coming from HU. So, like we said, typically Vladimir has been recently up on the top side of the map, but they saw that there was going to be a tank Sion up there, and picking the Jace, who is an incredibly early game, very aggressive champion, he's going to just have pretty much a free lane against that Scion, and they're just going to move that Vladimir down into the mid lane.
Ooh, so you're already committing. You're saying that Vlad's guaranteed to be mid.
I think there's a very good chance.
I think that there's a good chance too, but you never know when it comes to flex stuff, because that's the point, is you want to keep them guessing. So Vlad's matchup, or Jace's matchup in this case, is better against Scion in the top. So we expect to see that, but it's not a guarantee. So we'll see for sure. Harrisburg University locking in Alistar for their support pick. Alistar Vayne is a pretty common lane for that, along with Blitzcrank in the bot lane, which is a pretty spicy pick, because they're going to go for some snowball between Kate and Blitz and try and see if they can't set up a strong early game for themselves in the bot lane.
Yeah, no matter how far ahead or behind you are, if you can find that perfect Blitzcrank hook and pull someone like the Vayne or the Vladimir into your team and just burst them out of the fight before it starts, you definitely have a chance to turn things around. So Blitzcrank is kind of known as, if he lands all of his hooks, as he does have an ability that can just hook a enemy champion directly towards him. If he can land those, he can seem like one of the best supports in the game, but it's also not the hardest thing in the world to dodge, and there is a lot of movement on the side of Harrisburg University. They have 3 champions that do have, dashes, escapes that can get away from those hooks. So if Blitzcrank isn't able to land them, he kind of loses his purpose.
Yep, so what we're going to see here is the 3-minute initial delay. So the teams are going into game now, and we'll be able to see them on that 3-minute delay. So we're going to talk a little bit about the team comps. We're also going to talk a little bit about the game itself. If you're new to the game of League of Legends, we're airing this on twitch.tv /HE Storm Esports, as well as airing it live in the Whitaker Center. And for those that are new in the Whitaker Center, we'll explain a little bit more about the game. So League of Legends is a MOBA, or a multiplayer online battle arena game, where basically you have 2 bases called Nexus, and the point of the game is to destroy the enemy base. So that's the basics, but obviously there's a lot of characters you can choose that changes up things completely. There are also towers in the way. To get to the enemy base, you have to destroy some of those towers to make it that far. And then you'll see minions, which are basically small little characters which you can farm for gold, which allows you to buy items. So it kind of gives you a small semblance of what is going on. And then we'll talk about the team comps and the team fights and what's happening in the game at that moment.
Yes.
So tell me a little bit more about the team comps.
Yeah, so if you look at University of Pennsylvania, they definitely have, kind of this late game team composition. Caitlin, you mentioned she is a very strong early game champion, has a huge mid game, power trough where she's not as strong as other champions, but then once you get 4 or 5 items on her, she's right back up to being incredibly strong once again. Tanks are notably also very strong in the late game once they can get some resistances under their belt. And then they have some playmaking too, a lot of crowd control on their side. So what they want to do is just sit there, get as much gold as humanly possible while giving up as little as possible, and then get a lot of items onto their carries and their tanks, and then just straight up win the fights later on in the game. Harrisburg University has a little bit more of a varied composition. They have a lot of early game with the Jace and the Nidalee. Jace, who did go in the mid lane, so I was incorrect with that. He's going to go in against the Malzahar. But they also have some late game for themselves with the Vayne and the Vladimir. The only thing that they're kind of missing from this composition is a dedicated frontline tank to soak up damage. Alistar with his ultimate can get very tanky, but if he doesn't have that ability available, he isn't really that great of a tank.
Nope, and obviously supports don't get as much income and money, so they're not able to get tanky fast. So maybe late game you can frontline a little bit, but until then it's going to be a little shaky. So what I'm looking for from Harrisburg University is the person to watch. I think in this game is going to be Shorter Ace on Nidalee. I think that he is going to try and dictate the pace of the game and be very quick, because Nidalee has a lot of options. Nidalee can do a lot of things. So you're going to see an early game, I think, between Jace pushing up and Nidalee pushing into the Sejuani jungle, and I expect them to try and push their lead that way. Yeah. If Nidalee is able to do that, I think that transitioning into the mid game and late game with Vladimir and Vayne should go very smoothly. If Nidalee has a hard time, then look for University of Pennsylvania to try and snowball their lead early game.
Yeah, I especially expect the Nidalee to be around the top and the mid lanes. Going up top lane, you have this Vladimir against this Scion. Scion doesn't offer like a whole lot of pressure in the early game. He's not really going to be one to kill the Vladimir on his own a bunch of times. So if you can just put wards or get vision around the top side of the map and protect your Vladimir, let him know if anybody's going to come and try to help out that Scion, then you can just allow him to continuously push Scion under the turret, get a lot of farm advantage, get a huge gold lead. So I expect Shorter Ace to at least be up on the top side of the map for a good majority of the game.
Yep, so here we are going into game. So for the first minute and a half, the teams are buying their items. They're setting up at the beginning. They're basically just hanging out and trying to see what they're doing in game.
Yeah, so both these teams are just going to be kind of setting up for the level 1 where the jungler is going to be taking their first camp. Typically, they have somebody on their team help them out with the very first camp because they're not very strong at level 1 when they don't have access to abilities. But we actually see University of Pennsylvania going for an invade, try to get an early kill. The hook from Blitzcrank doesn't hit the Vayne as she does use her tumble to dash away. So that's one of the strongest things about Blitzcrank is level 1, if you can hook someone in, they're so weak that they'll just blow up.
Yep, going in for that cheeky invade, seeing if they can't get a nice first blood start. But what that does do is that they commit to the blue side of the map, and we see Harrisburg University going in on the red side now. They're going to try and start Sejuani's red buff, which would allow them to get a very strong start. And I don't even know if they're aware that this is happening. It's hard that because they didn't commit a ward. We see Malzahar standing in the area, but he doesn't know that there are 3 in that bush. And Scion walks by as well. So we're going to see them probably start here at this red.
Yeah, they're going to see Scion walk away there. Jace can return the lane. But since they saw the Blitzcrank and the other members in the bottom lane, they know that Sejuani's probably starting at her blue buff, which is why they're going to go in and try to steal away the red buff. Start to put the Sejuani behind.
And here we have Scion. Scion's taking a peek, and he knows what's going on. So he's going to see if he can't do a little fancy E-steal. He sees that it's being pulled away from him, and he knows, I can't do anything. So what's important is they at least have the knowledge that the red buff was taken. So we can see Sejuani on the red side here going in the bottom right, going into the red side territory of Harrisburg University to try and take Harrisburg University's red buff.
Yeah, and this is going to kind of set up some, vertical jungling, possibly, where Shorter Ace is just going to take all the camps on the top side, both allied and enemies, and then Sejuani will do both. But she actually has to flash away as she could be in trouble. Shock Blast is going to come in for the Jace. The Nidalee is on the prowl, down about 100 HP. Hook doesn't miss as Shorter Ace is going to pick up that first blood.
And it's a big first blood. So what we did here, what we saw was that Nidalee knew that Sejuani would be going over to red, and
Nidalee
they closed
might
in.
not be done, though.
Oh, she's going in for more.
Forces Blitz to flash away as she comes in with some more damage. The red buff, every auto tech slows, so Disco had to get out of it.
Yep, so what we saw there is that Alistar, so Titus from Harrisburg University's side, came up to the red buff knowing that Sejuani would be there, and then Shorter Ace on Nidalee closed in on the opposite side, so he got sandwiched and he had to commit. So when he ran away, that red buff slow that you just mentioned on Nidalee was enough to keep Sejuani within distance, and that's why that big first blood is picked up. So when I talked about Shorter Ace going into the jungle and going in to do those big things, we're having one difficulty, so it'll come back up in just a moment, but I'll keep mentioning what's going on, is that Shorter Ace is controlling that jungle on Nidalee. He's going in, he's setting a pace, and he's trying to make sure that he can get that early game rolling like we talked about. And that first blood is going to be absolutely massive in snowballing that lead into the late game with Vladimir and Vayne. So as we get back into the game, we see the bot lane on Kate and Blitz. Blitz is going to be trying to look for some hooks, but the problem is that Vayne can tumble away from them like we saw at the very beginning, and Alistar gets hooked right here with the big
Alistar
paw.
can't tumble away, though, but he just uses the Pulverize, knocks up 2 as Vayne is trying to get Caitlyn in the back lane. Ignite's going to come on to Alistar. The Q is going to find the kill as Mini Dewey picks one up, but it's going to be Vayne trading one back. Now going to be looking for the Blitzcrank, just kiting back towards his turret as the Nidalee comes in to try to join the party. See who goes for the kill. Shorter Ace is going to grab it as Blitzcrank just walks under the turret, knows he was dead. That's going to be 2-for-1 trade in favor of Harrisburg.
Yep, so the big thing here is that Nidalee, so Vayne is able to get a kill. It's unfortunate that Titus died on Alistar, wasn't able to, because that Condemn just barely didn't reach the wall. So unfortunately, Blizz might have helped a little bit in Caitlyn getting that kill. But what we saw there is Caitlyn picking up a kill, Vayne picking up a kill, and then Shorter Ace on Nidalee as well. So at this point, Shorter Ace is at a huge gold advantage over Sejuani, and Sejuani is going to have a lot of problems. As we see, if we look on the blue side jungle right here, we're going to see Shorter Ace and Sejuani meeting up here in just a second if she doesn't leave.
Yeah, absolutely. Sejuani is going to be around this Herald Pit, probably just going to dash over the wall, but they do have vision, so it's just more knowledge of knowing where Shockwaves is, and therefore, being able to kind of keep track of the Sejuani, because Shorter Race knows anytime that he matches up with Sejuani, the Nidalee is going to win out there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So Nidalee is going to be at a huge advantage for the majority of the early game, as we see Jace and Malzahar here pushing against each other.
Yeah. Jace and Malzahar kind of at an even pace there in the mid lane. Up in the top side, we do see the Vladimir continuing to push in. The Scion probably has a decent CS advantage for himself, and that was kind of the result of Nidalee early on taking control of the top half of the map. Knew that Sejuani wasn't going to be up there because there was no camps for her to clear, so that just allowed Vladimir to freely farm and not have to worry about being ganked.
Yep, so as we move forward, we're seeing the Scion versus Vlad top lane matchup, which is going to be Vlad pushing Scion in for a majority, and then we see Nidalee go, but he's about to go in. Oh,
yeah,
he flashes
in to get the W, the increased range, only about 100 HP left, and Shorter Race now on a killing spree as he finds Shockwaves once again.
Which is going to be absolutely brutal. Like I said, that advantage is just going to keep snowballing out of control. We see the Vlad here pushing it on Scion, and unfortunately, because it's a ranged versus melee matchup in a lot of ways, Vlad is just going to be able to push Scion in consistently over time. Scion might not die, but at the same time, he can't really do anything about Vladimir farming, and Vladimir's weakest point is at the beginning of the game.
Absolutely, and the big worry is if Vladimir gets too far ahead, if he can get the damage before Scion is able to get the resistances, then he's just going to be at further and further risk of dying. But here in the bottom lane, a nice flash, headbutt pulverized, finds the Caitlyn, who does get out, burns her own flash to get away. As Shorter Race comes in for another gank on the bot side, but is not able to find anything. Does burn the flash on the Caitlyn, though, so that could be return gank coming through. That return gank might be coming really quick as Shorter Race is wrapped around, finds a spear onto Caitlyn, takes her down to about half health as they're just going to try to clear out the minions, but looks like Harrisburg is backed off.
Yep, absolutely. So if you take a look at the items at the bottom too, you can see the difference is in items and gold and things like that to give you a kind of a concept of what's going on. So it gives you an idea of the relative strength of each champion that's going on in the game. So for example, when I was talking about Vladimir being able to safely farm and do well, you can tell that he has 57 creeps, and we're just going to be fixing something here really quick and then hopping over back to it to make sure the sound comes up. But you see Vladimir just has a very large creep score advantage over Scion, which is something that's hard for Scion to do anything about.
Yeah, and for those of you that are a little newer to the game, the creep score, the numbers next to the pictures on the bottom, that is how many minions they have killed. Every time you kill a minion, you get gold. So having an advantage in killing more minions just means you have more gold in your pocket. You can buy more items and get stronger. Is now in the mid lane. Shorter Race is ganking once again. That's a flashless. Malzahar, he just gets destroyed. Burns the ultimate to try to keep himself alive, but it's not enough.
It's not enough, and we're going to see that early game lead that we're talking about between Jace and Nidalee being able to pick it up on Malzahar as we see the bot lane play out with Vayne Alistar here.
Yeah, Vayne and Alistar, the Hextech Flash, try to find something cheeky. This is going pretty well for the Vayne here. We talked about how she is a very late game ADC, also struggles pretty much early, but we haven't seen too much of a CS lead for the Caitlyn. You can see it's actually the Vayne who has 3 more creeps now than the Caitlyn. And they did get a kill, but it was traded 1-for-1. So as long as this Vayne is staying even in gold, she's going to scale so much better than Caitlyn.
Absolutely. So Vayne being at this point, honestly, is not a good sign for the University of Pennsylvania. Blizz is in a very strong position on Vayne and is able to farm it out. Also, we see in the mid lane here, Jace has a blue, and he's up 20 CS over Malzahar, and it's just Jace with blue is so rough to go up against. It just means that he can spam more spells, he has lower cooldowns, he's just able to do a host of things.
Yeah, Jace is so dependent on having those spells, and really the biggest limiter is his mana cost, and with the blue buff giving him extra mana regen, it just means he can continue to constantly harass the Malzahar. About 20 CS up as well, so he's going to have a good gold pick for himself. The CS differentials is really a big part of the Harrisburg's lead right now.
And let's talk a little bit about, so you mentioned Malzahar. His biggest strength is his ultimate, which allows him to target one particular champion and lock them down in crowd control for a long time. So there's an item that can do well against that stops that called Quicksilver Sash. It's a very defensive item. Usually you don't see people buying it first because they need to have other stats first. But if we look at Jace's items, what do we see? First item, Quicksilver Sash. So what that does is it allows Jace and Harrison
We see a little bit of fight here as headbutt pulverize onto the Caitlyn. It could be the Alistar in trouble. He's going to get stunned up. The kill's going to go over the Shockwave. But now in the mid lane, a kill is going through as well. And Jason is able to find Malzahar into the turret. Sion comes in, but that Quicksilver Sash is going to keep Hopeful Cutie safe. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade across the board.
Yep, absolutely. So we see Caitlyn ult coming out there just to do a little bit of a chunk damage. But as I mentioned, that Quicksilver Sash coming in big because it allows Hopeful Cutie to get out of that Malzahar ultimate that we talked about.
Yeah, absolutely. The biggest thing is that item does cost 1,300 gold, which is quite a bit when you're talking about how much stats you could be getting. So the Jace having to buy that instead of damage or maybe health or resistances means that he's just not going to be as good in a 1v1, although he will be able to escape that ultimate. That's kind of the Malzahar tax, as we like to call it, is most of the members, at least the ones that don't want to get blown up on Harrisburg, will have to buy that item. And now it's going to be Blitzcrank in trouble. Headbutt Pulverize going to get stunned up. Vayne uses the ultimate to gain some extra damage. Blitzcrank is going low. Alistar almost falls, but it's going to be Vayne flashing in, trying to get another onto Caitlyn. Up more auto attacks will do it. The heal's going to come through. The Q, though, is going to hit, and it's going to be Vayne going down first. The spear from Shorter A is going to find the trade kill, but it is going to be at least Mini Dewey picking up something for himself.
Absolutely. You could see Blizz wanted the double kill, and he thought he had just enough auto attacks to come off and get Caitlyn before that happened, and he wasn't able to, so he was able to pick up a kill there, but ended up paying with it for his life. So now we see him going into spawn to buy items, returning back to the bot lane. Alistar almost headbutted Kate away to a point where he was a little safe, but then Nidalee followed up with a spear. So if we take a look at the scores down at the bottom, we can see that Nidalee is just in a space where she is absolutely dominant, like we mentioned before. Vayne is actually feeling very comfortable, and then that CS difference for Vladimir as we look at the top lane. 30 CS difference in the first 11 minutes.
He is doing incredible. The Nidalee is so far ahead that she does have a 400 gold bounty on her. So in League, when a champion has a lot of skills, or even just gets a lot more farm than their opponent, they can get a bounty on them. We'll hold off on that. Nidalee actually has some flash away. The Malzahar all coming through, locking the Nidalee down. A nice Blitzcrank Hank is going to bring the Alistar back into the team. He could be getting stunned up, has the flash away from Sejuani, doesn't want to get locked down. And that bounty it is talked about, now that University of Pennsylvania was able to kill the Nidalee, they got a bonus 400 gold because she had a bounty on her.
Harrisburg University making a big mistake there because they went in to the jungle with not enough help and not considering or respecting how many people was on University of Penn's side. They didn't realize that Sejuani was on that side, I believe, but they had 4 people collapse against the 3 of Harrisburg University.
But now Alistar has roamed around. Nice headbutt. Pulverize going to stun up Caitlyn. Vayne is going in with the ultimate as well. Going to slow down with the Cutlass. Going to grab the kill. Blitzcrank cooks him in, but he's going to tumble out to safety now that Caitlyn is just dead. That's a nice kill for the bottom lane of Harrisburg.
That was actually a great combination of skills used by both Vayne and Alistar there. They're very good at crowd controlling, so Alistar used his Pulverize into the Vayne Condemn, into the Alistar auto stun, and it was just very beautifully set up on Harrisburg University's part. So we mentioned a little bit about the bounty system. I would have liked to see the bounty go on Malzahar or Caitlyn if possible. It went to Sejuani, which isn't a bad thing. It just means that she's just going to be tankier, a lot more defensive-based stats.
Yeah, obviously damage is what you really want on your carries to be getting gold. But Sejuani, especially with the slow start that she's had against Shorter Ace, who has been very aggressive here, counter jungling, putting the Sejuani behind, isn't going to complain that she's getting extra.
No, we're never talking about getting a 700 gold bounty. You'd be like, oh, that is unfortunate that I got that kill, but
sorry, guys.
Sorry. At least I have that money for myself, and I'll do something with it, I promise. So we go into the top lane, and it's still farming it out. Top lane is on their little island, as we like to call it sometimes. But last time it was 20 CS, and then it was 30 CS, and now we take a look, and it's at 40. We see a dive happening.
Shorter Ace comes in behind. Vladimir going to be taking up the turret. Sion going to flash an ultimate away. He cannot be disrupted during that. So he is going to get away safety, bringing that summoner spell plus the ultimate.
Yep, and so Sion's going to have to go back. He does have TP if he needs to teleport back to lane. Malzahar is currently top holding it. I almost want to see whether or not they can force Sion to TP by pressuring the dive, but Shorter Ace ultimately decides to go back down through the river.
Yep.
Vladimir looks like he's probably going to try and buy here. So we're going to see a reset as Harrisburg University goes back to buy some items.
But with the Malzahar teleporting to the top lane, that leaves Jace all alone mid, gets a huge amount of damage onto the mid lane turret. And if you look at turrets, the mid lane is often the most important that teams want to take down because it allows you so much more room to work around the map and get into the enemy jungle without having to worry about that turret there to threaten you. So that mid lane turret is almost dead. Jace was able to get a lot down.
Yep, and here we see Nidalee invading into the red side jungle, and I want Shorter Ace to be careful here because he doesn't have the numbers if they decide to collapse. We saw Sion, we saw Sejuani, and the UPenn's bot lane, so that was 4 people, so you have to be careful. Shorter Ace just hucking a spear a la mid Nidalee from years ago, AP Nidalee, but he's going to clear this ward and then either possibly start Dragon or see if he can pressure bot some more.
He's going to be hovering around this bot side. Spear going to come out, going to connect onto Caitlyn, already chunked down to half health. Those spears are doing a lot of damage, especially when they are max range. And that just forces Mini Dewey to back off. He can't take a fight when you have 2 health.
That's the unfortunate thing when you're in bot lane, is you're going to see a die. Yeah, so you can tell Shorter is pushing the dive, but he's pushing Malzahar out. Mid lane turret's almost going to be down here, so I expect to see mid lane drop here in the next couple of seconds.
And there it is. That's going to be the turret and the flash in from Hopeful. QT throws down the ignite, tries to kill the Malzahar, who just flashes away for his summer spell as well. We did see Sejuani go down and try to help out the bottom lane, so there wasn't the dive there, but again, that just allowed the Jace to take that turret in mid.
Yep, and then going back to the top lane, talking about that, it was 20, 30, 40, now we're at 50 CS, and Platypus is farming nearly perfectly on Vladimir, so Vlad is going to be an absolute monster insurance for the late game. There's not a lot he can do. You see Hopeful QT already heading top to Jace here.
They're going to dive in. He doesn't have the flash, use the ultimate this time. He's going to use it just to get some stuns down, but it's going to be the Jace picking up the kill. A nice dive there by Harrisburg. Talked about not only that CS lead, Jace picks up that kill, about 30 CS equals kills worth of gold. So when you see that Vladimir 60 CS up, he effectively has 2 extra kills over his opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we see there is Jace translating his lead from mid game into
Shorter Ace diving into the enemy base to try to get this kill. Sejuani gonna flash away, keep herself safe, but now with the Malzahar coming in, it could be the Nidalee in trouble. The silence is gonna come through the burn. Not quite enough as Shorter Ace is going to walk away from that one thanks to Hopeful Cutie roaming over.
I believe we call that calculated. Yes, that was he knew he could take the exact amount of damage and get out. In reality, that was not the case. He went in for a greedy kill. He didn't get it. He got Sejuani to blow his flash. Malzahar had a very good rotation there, but didn't just have enough to be able to finish off Nidalee, so they came out safe with the rotation. So we see bot lane, Harrisburg University finishing off this Ocean Drake right now, which gives them help and sustain over time. And we also see them finishing up their bot turret from a little bit ago, which means that Harrisburg University has now finished the first 3 Tier 1 turrets, and they will have to figure out how they want to translate this lead into the mid part of the next game.
Yeah, absolutely. They are about 8,000 gold up right now, which is very good for them as they have those 2 late game carries. University of Pennsylvania is no slouch in the late game either, so they're not too concerned about this going too late into the game, as they do have a lot of crowd control. So as long as they win 1 fight later on, they could start to turn things back around for them. But it's looking a little dicey for them if this goal lead continues to grow.
Absolutely. What I expect to see here in the next coming parts of the match is that Harrisburg University will probably focus on trying to get Rift Herald, which is a neutral buff in the where Baron normally is on the top side of the map since they have a lead. And I have a feeling between Jace and Nidalee, those champions are both very good at poking or throwing out skills in order to, lessen the health of the enemy champions. So I expect to see a Rift Herald go down at the same time as poking happening, and that will allow them to basically take the next side of the turret. So we'll see if I would like them to go after Rift Herald here. That would be the big next call, but we see them kind of good deciding to stay around mid here.
Yeah, they are. Kind of shove the wave into the turret. They have Vladimir in the side lane. He has teleport as one of the summoner spells, so they want to keep him in the side lane, force University of Pennsylvania to send a member to react to him, and then if a fight breaks out, he can use his teleport to rejoin his team.
The other scary thing is Vladimir being here is split in the bot lane, is that Caitlyn cannot hold Vladimir.
No.
Caitlyn wouldn't be able to hold a Vladimir. Ooh, Jace just walking the side at the perfect time there. But Caitlyn would not be able to hold a Vladimir even if Vlad was not doing well. In this case, she would die instantly. So you're going to have to see Malzahar rotate down here to Vlad. Sejuani possibly making the same trip down.
Nice hit, but two-man pulverized. The attack going to come out of Mini Dewey, flashes away, going to get stunned up. Shorter races behind. He's going to place from Blitzcrank. A flash plus heal from Mini Dewey. He's going to keep that bot laner safe, but now it's going to be Harrisburg University looking to grab this tier 2 in mid lane.
Yep, keep yourself safe. We see Alistar going in for a big initiation.
Again, and Caitlyn is out of the fight. Alistar gets stunned up onto the turret, but the kills are already going through. It's going to be Harrisburg University finding the kills, finding the turrets, and they are starting to break the base of University of Pennsylvania. Blitzcrank guarding away. The Malzahar Open's going to come through, lock down the Nidalee. She's going to go down. Now it is 1v3 here as Harrisburg University is able to grab a double kill there for Vayne.
Vayne picking up 2 big kills there, making her a late game monster. But Harrisburg University is transitioning their early game lead very well here, picking up the middle inhibitor with Vlad, Vayne, and Alistar as we see Jace pushing out the top tier turret. They have a lot of money right now, so you're probably going to see a reset here sometime soon. They might transition to Baron, which is another big neutral monster that gives a team a very large buff, which we can talk about if they decide to do it. But University of Penn is going to have a hard time here with a 12k cold deficit.
Yeah, and it's so huge that Harrisburg was able to break the inhibitor at just 20 minutes. Once you take one of those inhibitors, now in that lane, we are going to be spawning what we call super minions, basically giant minions that are super hard to kill and buff up all the minions around them. So if University of Pennsylvania ever ignores that mid lane and doesn't send somebody to kill those minions, they're so strong that they could start to take turrets by themselves.
Absolutely, and they're at a point where they're strong enough to even just push in that middle lane. But ideally what happens when you get that one inhibitor is that you want to push on other sides of the map while the inhibitor is spawning super creeps and pressuring that middle lane.
Yeah, and that kind of creates, multi-lane threat where you force University of Pennsylvania to split their team up to deal with all these different things coming towards them. As we see some big objectives starting to spawn here, Baron buff is now on the map. We might see Harrisburg posturing around that, and the next dragon will be here in just under a minute.
Yep, so here they're deciding to clear out the vision, whether that's to set up a possible Baron play or to try and catch the University of Pennsylvania as they come in. You can see that they're setting up as though they want to posture to start a team fight off of a catch.
Yeah, this could be the Blitzcrank is in trouble here. Shorter Rate's going to get pulled in. Blitz going to flash away. Shockwave's going to come through. The Alistar getting very low. A nice ultimate onto the Vayne. She has to burn. Hercules has to get out. Malzahar ultimate going to come through, but he's going to die. And now Vladimir has joined the fight as a double kill going to go over to Shorter Ace. Now Sion, the only remaining member from University of Pennsylvania, trying to stay alive, but he is going to fall. And now with minions already pouring into the base, Harrisburg University is going to look to end the game.
Oh, that was just a good start to the fight, but a huge flank by Vlad. There was no way of getting out with Vlad coming to the side. We'll see Harrisburg University finishing off Turret 1 and Turret 2, finishing the Nexus at 22 minutes in, and we will be going to a Game 2 here in a bit. So we will see you guys in the next couple of minutes while we set up the lobby for the next game, and we'll be getting into Game 2 shortly.
continue to fight back, change something up, and try to take us to a game 3. They're going to take the Talia away again. This time they're going to add Orianna to the table, as it's going to be Harrisburg University banning away the Jason they played last game.
Interesting first pick on our first ban on the HU side. The Talia makes sense. Orianna, not so sure if it's so what we need to talk about here is there have been a number of substitutions on both sides. On Harrisburg University side, we do have 4 substitutions. Vladimir being the 5th remaining from top lane, the Vladimir player. So on UPenn side, we see the Orianna ban, which is a target ban towards Lycamaz, and then the Rek'Sai ban, which is one of Kiami's favorite champions as well.
Yeah, then the second ban from Harrisburg is going to be the Urgot. So Jason, Urgot, really good first picks since University of Pennsylvania is on the blue side. They will have the first pick. So it's taking away some of those stronger early pick champions, as well as the Aurelian Soul, taking that away from Slindy 212. He is very strong on that one as well. And the first pick lock-in for University of Pennsylvania is going to be that Lee Sin.
Oh, and Lee Sin's a fun champion to watch. You know, if Lee Sin's getting picked early game, will probably be pretty fun. And then when he hits level 6, some plays can be set up. So I'm curious to see what the Lee Sin will do early game as we see the rest of Champ Select flesh out.
Yeah, Lee Sin, very strong early game, as you mentioned. Not only has an execute with his Q, he has a lot of mobility and playmaking potential, so you can see a lot of flashy stuff coming out from him as HU picks up that Vladimir once again. We'll see whether that goes into the top or mid lane this time, as we do see a new mid laner for that team. They're hovering the Graves, which is a pretty strong early jungler in its own right. They're going to lock that one.
Yep, absolutely. So we talked a little bit about Shorter Ace using Nidalee to control, dictate the pace of the game. Kiami locks in Graves, so I expect to see a lot of the same feeling here in the early game, where Graves can typically dictate a lot. However, Lee Sin is a little bit stronger than Sejuani early, so we'll see how that plays out. But I expect Kiami to be just as aggressive as Shorter Ace was last game.
And this could be an interesting pick if it is locked in. The Kale being hovered, they're going to grab that one. Kale, recently completely reworked and overhauled by Riot, is a very, very weak early game champion, can do almost nothing in the first 10-15 minutes, but as she levels up and gets more items, becomes an absolute powerhouse in the late game. It's almost impossible to deal with her once she gets to the next level.
It really is. So Kale as a champion is pretty interesting, but with how short the game was for the previous one, I find Kale to be a tough pick, because if that early game is something that you're struggling with already, Kale is just going to exacerbate that. So I do expect Harrisburg University to take advantage of that. They locked in Braum as their third pick, and Braum is a tanky defensive support that can protect his team.
Yeah, and the most important thing is they are taking that away from University of Pennsylvania, who locked in Lucian as their EDC. Lucian and Braum are one of the best bot laners in the game. As Lucian, after every ability, can fire an auto attack twice. Braum is a passive where if you auto attack a champion 4 times, or allies can do it too, you stun them. So Lucian and Braum work very well together. So I like that Harrisburg University immediately adapting their draft to split up that duo.
Yep, absolutely. So we're going into the second ban phase here with Harrisburg University taking away the Thresh pick, and then University of Penn following up with Echo. It's funny because Moz is very fun. He likes to play Talia and Echo, so we can see some more target bans. They've done their homework, which is cool, and you can see those bans coming through in that way.
Yeah, I would like to see the Vayne taken away. I thought the ADC for Harrisburg was very good on that last time around. She's just a very strong ADC in general right now. Spikes extremely hard on 2 items with the Blade of the Ruined King and Rage Blade. But the last ban is going to be the Morgana, alongside that Thresh for HU, targeting that support pool, already taking away 1, banning away 2 others, and it's going to just continue to push Disco down the line.
Yep, absolutely. So I'm expecting here, so we do have an AD carry switch in Zing playing, but he is also a Vayne player as well, so it makes sense. However, Zing has been playing a lot of Ezreal in the Collegiate League of Legends matches, so they decided to take away the Ezreal, and he locks in Sivir as his pick for the bottom lane.
Yeah, Sivir, another late game scaling ADC. Most ADCs are going to be better for the late game. Lucian, one of the exceptions, but one of the biggest things about Sivir is she actually has a spell shield, so she can block one ability if she times it right, but once every 15 or 16 seconds, which can be very important because if you look at things like the Lee Sin, who might want to jump in and try to get some early damage onto that Sivir, well, she can start to block some of that if Zing is on point with that. University of Pennsylvania going to lock in that Sion once again for their top lane, get that beefy front line. That means the Kayle is probably going to go into the mid lane, and they're hovering the Blitzcrank once again. It did all right in the last game, but wasn't anything stellar.
Yeah, so Blitzcrank against Sivir and Braum is also kind of rough. Sivir's got a spell shield, so most likely she wouldn't get hit by the Blitz Qs, and then Braum as well can throw up his Unbreakable or his big shield that allows him to block different skill shots and not block them completely, but just not take the damage from them. So the hook would still bring him to Blitzcrank, but he's able to stop that. So we see Zoe locked in for the mid lane. We look at the lanes on University of Penn side, and we see both Kayle and Sion. Kayle's looking like most likely would be going mid lane here, and Sion would be going top lane.
Yeah, and once again, HU going for a similar composition. They have some late game team fighting, they have some early game pressure, and they have a lot of playmaking as well. Not really going for that frontline tank once again, but they didn't really need it last time around.
Nope. And technically on UPenn side, Sion and Kayle could swap either way. It doesn't have to be that way, depending on when it gets to 10 seconds left. It's depending on who's playing it. It could go in either lane, depending on what matchup they like against Zoe, because we know that Sion didn't have too much fun top lane last game against Vladimir.
Definitely not. We do see Zing going with the teleport here in the bot lane. It's going to allow him to have one kind of free base and get back to lane without missing any minions, as the Lucian and the Blitzcrank should still be stronger than the Sivir and the Braum early on. Yes, Sivir has a lot of protection with her spell shield, but Lucian just flat out damages her early on. So to prevent getting shoved in and losing a bunch of CS, gotta take that teleport to try to keep himself in lane as long as possible.
Absolutely. What I would like to see here from University of Pennsylvania's bot lane is for Lucian and Blitzcrank to play very aggressive, assuming that Graves is not around. Graves is going to be playing aggressive, so they need to make sure they keep tabs on where he is. However, I want to see Blitzcrank, instead of just throwing out max range hooks to try and grab, I want to see him play up in the bush and try and, possibly get a cheeky E-off followed up by a grab. He does have to look out for Braum at the same time, but Lucian and Blitzcrank need to be pretty aggressive to get something rolling for the University of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, especially with that Kayle in the mid lane, I think is going to be a huge, come gank me sign flashing above the Kayle's head, because that champion is just so weak in the early game, can't get much done. I expect Hiami to probably throw quite a few ganks mid if, like a Maz doesn't just completely destroy him and force him under his turret the entire game. So if that Lucian and Blitzcrank are able to get aggressive and take some pressure away from the Kayle, it's going to go a long way.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I want to see here from Harrisburg University side, we talked a little bit about it last game, is Hiami controlling the jungle with Graves, being aggressive, seeing where they can kind of do things. Zoe is going to be able to probably keep Kayle pushed in, which means that there's going to be a lot of lane domination going on early game for them in that sense. So I expect those two to be roaming around the map. I expect them to kind of follow up on some big things, and we'll see what Harrisburg University decides to do with that pressure.
Absolutely, and if the first game was any indication, they should be able to do a lot. As they were able to end that game in just 22 minutes. It started off pretty even. I mean, they had a couple kills and CS leads in most lanes, but it was really around the mid game where they just took over vision control of the entire map. And then anytime University of Pennsylvania walked into their own jungle to try to pick up an objective or even just a jungle camp, HU would immediately collapse, take them out, and then get an objective on the backhand.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the wild card here in University of Pennsylvania is free XP here's Lee Sin. I think that Lee Sin has the capacity to make a lot of plays, and you see Lee Sin's, it's kind of like all or nothing sometimes, where they either feel it and they're going in on everything, or they're just not able to make it work. If a University of Pennsylvania is going to do well, I feel like it's going to have to be on the back of Lee Sin starting out the tempo very, very high and making some big plays.
Absolutely, and the kind of entire composition from University of Pennsylvania is really feast or famine. If Lucian and Blitzcrank don't get a lead early, they're going to be severely behind as we get into the mid game. Kayla's kind of the opposite. She can get punished so heavy early, but if she gets to the late game, she'll be an animal. And then, like you said, the Lee Sin is usually all or nothing. So it's going to be really important for University of Pennsylvania to execute their lanes and their composition well, because it's a pretty hard team comp to pull off, and if they don't do it just right, we're going to see a repeat of game 1.
Absolutely. So here we are going into the loading screen, so we'll be getting into game just shortly and being able to see if University of Pennsylvania is going to go for that cheeky level 1 with Blitzcrank. They're probably all going to run into the Harrisburg University side of the jungle and see if they can't get a grab or a lucky first blood.
Yeah, and I expect HU to realize that that's going to happen. It happened last time, and the Vayne was smart in putting down a ward to spot that out. So I don't think that they should be giving over a first blood here. They should just be playing the line of scrimmage.
Nope, barring anything surprising, you'll see that line of scrimmage probably set up on HU's side. And then what I think we'll probably see is either Harrisburg University is going to try and counter invade as well and see if they can't set up on the other side of the jungle with Graves, or I expect Graves to clear out the early jungle and then possibly go in to invade with the pressure that comes from Zoe pushing in Kale.
Yeah, Graves has an extremely fast clear, so he can get a very quick gold and experience advantage. Seesum could be the one in trouble. Actually, the hook does land as a flash hook from Disco Disco. Q is going to go in from the Lee Sin. A couple more auto attacks. Not going to do it as the Guardian is going to keep Seesum safe. He does blow both of his sums, but that's both flashes from the bottom lane committed.
That's what I was going to say. So, I mean, I like the idea of Blitzcrank flashing for it because, you need that hyphy first blood. You want to try and get your team there. However, after flashing, Tsum using his flash and heal, it looks like, using his heal to stay alive and then for that move speed, Lucian and Blitzcrank on UPenn's side have committed their flashes. So they're actually kind of in a weird spot now where Zing can probably farm pretty safely, but however, Tsum will be extremely susceptible to any possible Lee Sin ganks.
Yeah, and Hiyami, the Mini Dewey and Disco Disco will also be susceptible to the ganks. They want to play aggressive here in the bot lane, but if they push up too far, it's just going to be so easy for Hiyami to come in behind them, and with no flashes, it should be a pretty easy kill as you see him just starting on his red buff. No, counter invades this time around so far. Both junglers are going to start on the red side. They might meet as they transition across the map, though. Zing and Tsum might want to get cheesy themselves. You're going to land on Disco Disco, but they just want to get a little bit of poke down.
Yep, just pushing a little bit of pressure on Blitzcrank, making it a little bit tougher for him to all in without his flash and things like that. So here we're going to see the bot lane starting out. Like we said, Lucian and Blitzcrank probably going to at least have still some pressure, but level 1 is actually pretty tough because Blitzcrank can only throw out those hooks, and right now Sivir is being able to push them back.
Yeah, and that hook costs so much mana too. It's about a quarter of Blitzcrank's mana pool. Every time he misses it is very detrimental. He can only throw out about 4 before he runs out of mana. We see Lee Sin wrapping around very early, headshot, Zing out of mana. Ignite gonna come through, has his flash available. Q is gonna land onto Tsum, who dashes away. Here comes Hiyami behind, as Tsum is gonna fall. First blood gonna go over to the Blitzcrank. Now Zing could be in trouble, spell shield on, flashes away. Mini Dewey now the target as Hiyami is in the fight. There's going to be a 1-for-0 trade in favor of University of Pennsylvania grabbing that first blood.
So what did we talk about? Tsum not having summoners, Lee Sin needing to make a big early game play, Lee Sin having red, and where does he show up? Tsum, no summoners, first blade on Braum. So that's something that Harrisburg University should probably know going in after they blow those summoners, that he's going to try and show up. He decided to switch his jungle pathing in favor of ganking, and that's exactly what University of Pennsylvania needed to do.
Yeah, you saw Hiyami came down there right away. It's like Moss takes a little bit of damage here. But it was just, since Lee Sin started on the bot side, he was just able to get there earlier.
Absolutely. And also, let's talk a little bit. Ooh, we see a hook on Braum.
Tsum gets hooked in. He was going to come out on Dewey. He's very low. One more outside will stun him, and it's going to be Zing picking up that kill. Now Blitzcrank could be in trouble, get stunned as well. Zing going to throw out the Q. Not quite enough damage, but the bot lane duo does grab a kill for themselves.
Transitioning to a big, not a big lead, but transitioning from a bad start off of Braum dying the first blood. So it's good for Zing to get that kill. They almost got Blitzcrank, but it pushes away a lot of money away from Lucian and Blitz. So now they're in a good position being back to it. Sivir using her teleport. Let's talk a little bit about the mid lane here. We see Zoe, and we talked about the fact that Kale could go top and she's more popular top right now, but we weren't sure based off of the pick with Sion who would be top lane. And here we see the fact that Kayle is actually going into Vlad, so we saw exactly what we were talking about, that Sion decided to rotate to the mid lane instead.
Yeah, and Kayle's doing all right up there, is a little bit down in CS, but also has that Kleptomancy, so every time she pops an ability, her next auto attack will give her extra gold and a chance at a consumable item, so should actually be on even if not slightly ahead of the Vladimir in gold right now.
Yep, so it's nice for Kayle because she can actually do an okay job against farming against Vlad. She's never going to stop Vlad though. Like I said, Vlad does have an earlier, weaker game, but Kayle's even worse.
Yeah.
So there's not going to be a lot of pressure that goes unless Lee Sin decides to grace top lane with his showing and pressure Vlad that way. But I expect to see another free farming Vlad, so early game for him is probably going to go pretty well assuming Lee Sin doesn't do anything about it.
Yeah, and I think Vladimir is pretty happy with this lane as well, because he gets to sit there and farm and scale up just like the Kayle is going to do. Both those champions going to be very strong here in the late game. Here in the bottom lane, we see, the Sivir is falling down a bit in CS. Does have the kill to her name, so should be fine in gold, but about a 10 CS advantage going over to Mini Dewey just kind of speaks to the strength of Lucian early on.
And as we go back to the top lane, we see that farm pushing out. But now I want to see where the pressure goes with Graves. Graves has a lot of options here. He's going back for a buy. Probably going to go down to his Wolf side, clear that out, and then he's going to have to decide where to go next. So I want to see some Graves pressure here. And we see bot lane throwing out a hook and just barely missing.
Yeah, Blitzcrank not able to find that one. Nice sidestep there by Zing. They even baited out the spell shield to make sure that wasn't available, but very good dodge there. Zing does have a huge wave to collect here. We see Lee Sin starting to make his way down. There is a red ward in the river bush, so they're going to spot him out as he walks up. Playing safe here. We'll see if Disco is able to find a hook and throw it out. Going to bring the Sivir in. Going to get ignited. Lucian is in the back line. A more auto attack will do it, but Zing is able to get away to safety as now
Graves is rotating bot.
Yami might want to try to turn this around. Doesn't have access to the ultimate, so no long-range burst available. Just going to kind of help Zing push this wave out and let him get a good back off.
Yep. So as we expected, bot lane still duking it out, continually trying to fight as Lucian and Blitz trying to make an impact here in the early game along with Lee Sin. But we see bot lane coming up to control the dragon side of the jungle, which has an Infernal Drake. And Infernal Drake is one of the better Drakes in League of Legends. It gives you basically attack damage and ability power, which is strong because it makes your character do more.
Yeah, and it gives you a percentage too, so every time you buy attack damage or ability power, it's also benefiting from that increase. So both teams are going to really want this as they have late game carries on either side. Whoever does pick this up is going to have an advantage the longer the game goes on. So I expect there to be at least some point of contention around this objective. So right now the vision control is in favor of HU, slightly around that pit.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see Graves going to the blue side top jungle, rotating top to put pressure on this Kayle. And Kayle's pushing up, and she's in a bad position. We're going to see Kayle all coming out, using it, but Graves is going to pop up with red buff, throw out the Q, and shoot the ult just for enough damage. Can he get it? No, Lee Sin safeguards in to stop.
Yeah, Lee Sin actually flashing to use that safeguard onto Kayle. I don't know if that was necessary, as it kind of seemed like HU had used everything they had available to him, but free XP here, getting a little hyped up and wanting to make sure that Kayle didn't fall to any red buff burn.
Yeah, so it was pretty close, and for the moment, it's hard to make that decision because that's an instant decision that has to be made. But Lee Sin will no longer have his flash to be able to make any insect-like plays where he does a cool flash kick backwards. So we're going to have to see where the next move is, and I expect it to be somewhere around Infernal Drake, as both teams would definitely make sure they want to get that.
Yeah, this bot lane priority is going to be really important. Whichever bot laner has the advantage here will be able to roam to that Infernal Drake first if there was a fight to break out. So you see Zing and Tsum just pushing up the wave, making sure that they are going to have priority. Lucian's just going to walk up and throw out a W.
Yep, and what we're talking about when we mention priority is basically when you see one champion or one team pushing up the wave so that it gets to the enemy tower, it allows them to respond to other things quicker. And so it's really important when you're going and invading things or getting objectives to have priority in your lanes.
Absolutely, and One lane we haven't really talked about much is this mid lane. It's actually a little surprising. The Scion is faring very well against the Zoe. It's down about 10 CS, but really, melee versus range matchup, that's about as well as you can expect.
Yeah, so I mean, he's farming a little bit safer than he was with Vladimir. Vladimir offered a little more pushback, mostly because Vladimir's skills are just point and click, for the most part, so it's a little bit easier. We see Lee Sin here trying to be pressure.
Could be dangerous for HU. Knockup going to come through with silence. T-Sum, the hook does not connect. Going to flash away anyway now. Lucian has to flash away because he gets tagged up with concussive blows. Blitzcrank should be falling to the rest of the team here as Zing gets really aggressive, flashes into the fight, and the Braum is able to pick up the first kill on the Lucian. Scion has joined the fight as well as Zoe roamed down.
And we're going to see pressure here on the turret. So actually, T-Sum had a great dodge on the Blitzcrank hook, but still flashed because he didn't believe in himself. So he didn't believe in his ability to dodge, but he flashed anyways. However, he was able to pick up the kill, which is important because it allows him to transfer over to the Infernal Drake here.
Absolutely. With being a member down, not only EDC, a very important member at that, just means that if University of Pennsylvania wanted to contest that objective, it would just lead to another fight in favor of Harrisburg.
Yep, so we see them picking up the Infernal Drake, so it looks like he's back after this, pick up the wave, and then they'll go by because they're in a position where they have a lot of money to be able to do so. So I expect Lucian to push up the turret in the meantime as we go back to the mid lane. Zoe picking up a blue, which just allows her to push even better and keep Scion back on his turret.
Yeah, as we start going into the mid game, Harrisburg only about 200 gold ahead, so this is a much closer game than game one, where they already had a 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead for themselves. So it'll be interesting to see if University of Pennsylvania is able to hold up against the mid game power we saw coming out from HU when they're on team footing.
See a little bit of a slap fight here going on at the top as Vladimir is trying to keep pressure onto Kale. We see Lee Sin on the top side of the jungle, so if Vlad overcommits, Lee Sin might be able to punish that. But however, University of Pennsylvania is doing much, much better in the first 10 to 11 minutes of the game than they were in game one. Like you said, that they're only a few hundred gold down. Now, in this case, they're actually pretty much even. And Lee Sin coming up.
Jumping behind, throwing down the kick onto Platypus. Doesn't have the Q available though, so not able to follow. Platypus is going to go into that Sanguine Pool and get away with it.
Yep, he made sure to panic off.
Hooked in under the turret. That's not where you want to be, and the kill is going to go over to Mini Dewey. It's a nice Blitzcrank hook there. Now Zing could be in trouble to flash in from Disco. Disco doesn't get in range with a knock-up. Spell Shield going to dodge that one. Is the Boomerang Blade able to grab a double kill as Zing turns it around beautifully with a 1v2.
Oh, Disco flashes in, gets a little too greedy, tries to go for the knock-up, doesn't get it, and then when he does finally get the knock-up, gets spell shielded. Zing throws it out, baits it, and throws out a huge Boomerang Blade that hits not only the Blitzcrank, but the Lucian as well for a huge double kill after T-Sum got grabbed underneath the turret.
That has just got to be so demoralizing there for University of Pennsylvania. They finally get a great Blitzcrank hook, they take out T-Sum, and then just Zing able to kite it out beautifully.
Yeah, that's what, the thing that happens in solo queue that you just shake your head and you're just like, brutal.
Why's my bot lane feeding?
Yep, so we see Vlad pushing in. Graves is going to come in.
Ooh, the ultimate is
fade away. Coming from downtown.
Able to bounce that off the minions, get the increased range and spread, and pick up the Kale. Did have the ultimate available, but I think she was too low on mana to actually pop that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Either mana or sometimes a react. I think she was out of mana too, so that might have been the reason why she wasn't able to ult herself. But a good job on Hyami's part on Graves to be able to pick that up, and mostly not necessarily for the kill goal, but even just for the pressure of Kale being pushed off and being able to get that turret damage.
Yeah, now a couple turret plates are going to go down every time you take a plate, which are every 14 minutes. It's going to be a good chunk of gold going the way to take that down. So you're in the top lane. The Kale has rejoined.
She teleported back to lane, so she has that. However, yeah, Yami's pushing up and saying, I mean, if you want to come up, you're more than welcome. But we think that Kale's going to keep pushing lane here while the other two back. We also see Scion farming pretty decently, actually, considering the matchup. Ooh, and Kale gets the stop on Vladimir.
The back, which means Platypus won't be able to go back to lane quite yet. Kale might actually have some kill pressure here in this lane now, as Platypus is very low. It's also Vladimir, so going to be healing up quite consistently.
Well, Kale has enough pressure, and then possibly with ult to at least stay within the general vicinity to scare Vlad, as we see her coming up and slapping the turret a few times, trying to say, don't back this yet. Vlad throws out his ultimate, I think whiffs from what it looked like, I can't tell.
Yeah.
But then pulled right after, so he's actually going to have to back now because I think Kale would be able to dive him. So we're going to expect a Vladimir teleport back to the top lane.
Yeah, Vlad was expecting that Kale to just go all in under the turret and blowing his defensive tools, but does force Kale to back off. Will burn the teleport himself to get back to lane, so won't miss too much.
Yep, so here we see here where we're trying, they're setting up a bait, so they're trying to get grabbed. I almost think that Zing would let them hit the grab regardless, but you know, they're just waiting, patiently waiting here. If anything, Braum might just W up. His Rage decides to go in first.
Yami doesn't want to wait. It's a nice ultimate from Braum, going to tag Disco. He's going to go down to Yami. And now the bot lane is going to be pushing down that turret, and Lee Sin tries to join his team to protect this one. But that was a very nice gank there, lane gank from Yami, just walking straight through the bush. You can see there's a lot of wards from University of Pennsylvania in the river, so obviously he couldn't walk through there, he would have been spotted.
Yep, so the lane gank here, paying dividends off of Harrisburg University. It looks as though they might be able to get the bot turret as well off of that, because Lucian is backing off. So what we expect to see is the turret to be finished, and then for them to go back and kind of translate that lead somewhere else, whether it's mid lane or top lane, we'll see.
Absolutely. And, you know, despite the 6 kills going their way, University of Pennsylvania is still keeping the game within 2,000 gold, so they aren't completely out of this one yet. But you just got to be careful as the main recipients of the gold on the side of HU had been their There's been the Sivir and the Graves that are 3-0, 2-0, where, you know, as on the the side of Pennsylvania, you know, you've got one of the kills on the Blitzcrank who really isn't going to be dishing out a lot of damage.
Nope, not particularly. So we're going to see Vlad here pushing the wave off as Kale tries to apply pressure. We talked a little bit about Kale and what she does. She gets stronger as she levels up, but those big spikes come at different times. Level 6, level 11, and level 16. And as you can see, Kale is now level 11, so she looks kind of more like a battle angel. She's got those big wings, but the big part is that it allows her to have a ranged attack consistently as opposed to a melee attack. So it makes a big difference in Kale's power level and being able to do something in the mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. Once she hits level 16, every auto attack is going to be doing splash damage as well as true damage as well. So Kale level 16 will be a force to be reckoned with, but just allows the Kale to be more aggressive against Platypus, should now have a range advantage, so doesn't have to worry about getting poked every time she goes up to grab a CS. We do see Zing and T-Sum now swapping over to the top side. There's going to just be a lane swap. They're going to do this because there is a tower standing up there that they want to get the extra gold from and put that on the EDC.
Yep, absolutely. So from University of Penn's side, you know, they're going to be looking, the late game is going to revolve around Kale, like you mentioned. If Kale can get to 16 pretty safely, and you know, she's done pretty well actually, she might be able to kind of do that. However, we expect Harrisburg University to take their bot lane lead and try and finish off top lane. So they're going to continue and try and snowball a little bit. It's just that the snowball is not as big as it was game 1.
Not as we see both top laners down here on the bottom side duking it out. It's going to be Kale winning that trade pretty handedly, even, you know, still has the ultimate available if things got too dicey.
Yeah, so Kale's actually going to be able to try and bully Vlad a decent bit between the range attack and the blue buff that she has. She's actually going to be able to exert some pressure on Vladimir and dive Vlad if Vlad decides to stay. He does have his ultimate, so he can make a play. He's going to ult and use his W here, and then Kale's going to return with her ult. However, she uses it in a way to just minimize damage instead of use it aggressively.
Out the here is the jungle. He's going to get hurt on his ultimate, getting very low. If you going to come through, Blitzcrank, a nice hook in, is going to grab another. As there goes the bottom lane from Harrisburg University. And the Zoe, though, like a maw, is able to trade back a kill from downtown, the Paddle Star, finding Mini Dewey there.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, though, that was a fantastic engage on University of Pennsylvania's side. The lead sync kick onto Braum to keep him in the same place, followed up by a great Blitzcrank grab, allowed the University of Pennsylvania to pick up some stuff.
We see Kale just continuing to bully Vlad here. The bottom lane has the Hextech Revolver. Rushed that very early, just kind of getting some slow as well as extra damage down to the Vladimir, making sure he can't just kite away.
We see Kale just continually pushing into Vlad, like we mentioned.
But Zing is coming behind. This could be trouble for Slindy as the flash away, but just gets hit by the boomerang blade, and that kill is going to go over to the Sivir.
And it just stinks because you see Kale knowing he can just do enough damage to get on the Vlad, but in the end it just ends up being a bait with Sivir popping out and say, hey, how's it going? But if you're Kale and you want to try and exert that kind of effort, you have to have the vision required to do so, or else you're going to get surprised by somebody on the enemy team.
Yeah, they see the one ward in the river, but that's just about it. So pushing up so far is very dangerous, and this time around he got punished pretty hard. Almost 20 minutes in the game, we are going to see Baron spawning on the table here in about 30 seconds. Drake will be about 30, 40 seconds after that one. So we're going to have some big objectives on the map for teams to fight around. And this is right around the time last game where Harrisburg University just kind of turned it up to 11. They completely controlled the vision around the objectives, forced University of Pennsylvania to face check into them, and then we're able to find pick after pick and turn it into a very early victory.
Yep, so what I expect to see here is that Harrisburg University does have a small lead. So they're going to set up the Rift Herald here, which is that big, scary, scarab-looking bug that you see on the top of your screen. And it's going to do a lot of damage to this turret. If you see the turret HP, it's just going to get chunked in a very large amount. Mid lane turret goes down, and what I expect to see now is they'll try and push up mid a tiny bit more, but they don't have any creeps. They just have Rift Herald. So they're going to set up vision around Dragon side here because Dragon is coming up in 25 seconds. And they're probably going to try and see if they can't get a catch or if they can just set up some wards.
Yeah, this is exactly how they got their lead last game. You can see them just putting down vision control around this dragon. They are forcing Pennsylvania to walk in not knowing where they are. And if they walk into the wrong bush, they could just get blown out.
Surprise! You're going to see the Zoe pop over exactly like we see there, chunking Lucian down to about 30%. And they start on the dragon knowing full well that they at least have the ability to do so. We see University of Pennsylvania stepping up and Sivir using her ult.
And Vladimir is going to be teleporting in as well. It could be Cyan. It's going to be the first casualty. Going to come back, just respawn as Platypus dodging the hook, does use the ultimate to grab Mini doing the backside. He was chomped out by like a Moz, remember, and that's 2 quick kills going over the way of Harrisburg, and they get the dragon on top of it.
I was going to say that they left Sion out to dry, but then all of a sudden you see why. It's because Sion, he's out there front tank. He's like, where's my team? And then all of a sudden, it's the Vladimir. The Vladimir comes in from the side on the flank, attacks 3 different members of University of Pennsylvania, and is able to get 1. So that's the scary thing about Vladimir, that he comes out of nowhere, and he's just able to keep himself alive for multiple precious seconds.
Yeah, and Vladimir, lots of AoE damage. That ultimate increases the damage of anybody, or the damage on anybody it hits, and also heals him for that. So if he can jump in, get that ultimate on a lot of people, he's going to be getting a huge heal back for himself, which allows him to kind of do those 1v3s there in the back line.
Absolutely. So when we talk about Vlad being a good team fighter in Champion Select, this is what we're talking about. He's very good at flanking, very good at breaking up the enemy team. And now, because of that, Harrisburg University picks up their 3rd dragon as well as 2 extra kills. And they have to decide what to do next. So all of the tier 1s are down. We see Vlad pushing up on Blitz, but nothing should come of that. And Harrisburg University has to decide where their next big play should be, while the University of Penn needs to figure out how they can pick up an advantage.
Yeah, the obvious choice here is the Baron that is on the map right now. Buffs up all of your minions, allowing you to push very hard. It's hard for enemies to clear those out. So you can already see them starting to structure around that Baron. They're going to go in, try to clear out the vision once again, make it so that University of Pennsylvania doesn't know if they're actually starting that up or not, and they have to face check.
Absolutely. So we see T-Sim and Zing hanging out in the top lane, pushing on creeps and just trying to get them out of the way. Sion's a pretty beefy character, so he's probably going to be all right just hanging out there. And I expect to see T-Sim setting up vision around the Baron side. I don't think that Harrisburg University is at a point where they can just straight up do Baron willy-nilly, so I think that they're going to need to get some sort of catch or trick University of Pennsylvania into thinking that they're starting it, or Zoe just poking. But we see Sivir ult again.
Yeah, the Sleevey Bubble Trouble going to land on a Disco. Nice 2-man knockup from Sion, going to kind of disengage the fight, but the Blitzcrank having to flash away to make sure the rest of the team isn't able to take him down. And oh my god, that Paddle Star just chunky Mini way out to about half health. Zoe It's an enormous amount of poke at this stage.
Absolutely. So we're going to see Zoe just chucking out some Sleepy Trouble bubbles and some paddle stars here. And that's what Zoe does best. She's very good at just surprising you with a ton of poke damage as she throws another bubble over the wall, hitting Scion, and throws a paddle star coming out.
Doesn't hit that one.
Just the max range. But it's enough. The big thing is that Zoe's is great at sieging turrets for that reason, as Harrisburg University is able to pick up a tier 2
Blue
turret.
team's turret has been destroyed.
This is why the vision is also so important. Zoe can engage and throw out these skill shots from so far away that if Harrisburg controls the vision in this jungle, Pennsylvania never knows where that next bubble is coming from.
Nope, not at all. So the poke's going to be monumental. We see that University of Penn has lost their tier 2 bot lane as well. And so it looks as though the mid lane might be down too. So now they're in a position where you're going to see Harrisburg probably setting up Baron Vision. Zoe's probably going to stay there on the edge and do the same thing we just talked about. And University of Penn's really going to have to find a safe way to clear that vision.
Yeah, all the summoner spells and ultimates are coming back up for HU. They also have reached the 3-item power spike on Sivir. She has those 3 crit items in her inventory, so she's going to be doing a lot of DPS in these fights. And now it could be the Blitzcrank that's caught out. Disco going very low. The Platypus is able to get in behind once again and grab that kill. As now, Lee Sin is the next one to go down. That is 2 members gone, notably the jungler from Pennsylvania. And now it is a formality for HU to pick up this Baron.
So what did we talk about? We talked about, so Sivir had red buff, which slows down the enemy, which is brutal. And then you have,
my God,
the monster poke from Zoe.
Adding insult to injuries like a pause.
No regard for life. And at that point, that's just the cherry on top, as they were able to get those catches, and Vladimir snuck in from behind again with a major flank, able to push off the University of Penn. So with the Baron pickup from Harrisburg University, they're going to be able to push these turrets, and now University of Pennsylvania, with 2 down right now, is going to have a hard time defending.
Yeah, they absolutely will. It's going to be this first inhibitor turret under siege. You can see Zoe just waiting in the wings, trying to get some more poke down. As these Baroned up minions go into the base, it's going to be 1 inhibitor falling. Scion's going to use the ultimate to get in, but doesn't find anybody. Bubble Jungle going to disengage. The hook going to grab Tsum, though. He's going to be brought in and taken down. Lindy is going to grab kill credit for that one.
Tsum getting bopped for that extra one. And Kale actually getting that is actually pretty big for Kale. She gets her a little further to where she needs to be. We're going to see University of Pennsylvania going over to the Dragon to see if they can't pick it up while Harrisburg University is going back to buy. They might be able to, but I don't know if it's enough time, as we see Graves running straight to Dragon right now.
Yeah, the rest of HU is already back on the map. They are missing their support. But that's not really their big damage threat. Zing might be caught out of position here. Uses his ultimate teleport. It's going to come through. Spell shield to the kick, but does get knocked up. Ultimate going to come on, and Zing is going to go down. Platypus grabbing some kills on the backhand, though. A double kill, actually. As Kale is in the back line trying to survive. A triple kill for the Vladimir. As Kale is going to get away, but it is just HU cleaning up the fights.
Vladimir, man. Vladimir. So Zeng does a good job of at least stalling for the maximum amount of time. He at least, he was a little too far out, but he's able to basically keep University of Pennsylvania stuck in that corner, which allows Vladimir to come by and say, hello, how's it going? And do his normal flanking, flanking ult. Which Vladimir picks up a huge triple kill. And now we have a Baroned up wave with 3 people at bottom with Harrisburg University, and Scion is not going to be able to hold this by himself.
Yeah, doesn't have the damage. Kale now is almost at that level 16 mark, so she should get her final upgrade pretty soon, which is huge for her. Not going to quite get it off that wave. So that may be an avenue if they are able to let Slindy just free fire in the back line. Pennsylvania theoretically could still win a fight, but with the amount of gold that is in the pockets of HU right now, their chances are just getting slimmer and slimmer.
Yeah, the 9k gold is pretty low. The other thing to consider is that 2 Infernals is a lot when it comes to somebody like Vladimir and Graves, for example, even Zoe as well. So what we're going to want to see from University of Pennsylvania is Kale doing what Kale can do best, and that's hit level 16 and then just free fire from the back, like you said. So unless Kale can team fight perfectly, it's going to be pretty rough for University of Penn.
Yeah, there it is. Kale is now level 16, so lots of AoE, lots of true damage coming out from those auto attacks, but still a very squishy champion. Kale's only one person, cannot take on the entire HU by herself. I'm going to just get hit with Sleepy Bubble Trouble after Sleepy Bubble Trouble. Going to be taken down to about half health. The rest of HU is looking to take their second inhibitor here, as there is no turret to defend it. Platypus losing about half his life. Kale going to get slowed down. They're just going to continue to chip away at this inhibitor, eventually taking it down.
Yeah, but it's why not? You have the ability. You still have the Baron buff on Zoe, for example, as well as Graves. So you're going to see a transition over to the mid lane. Both of the inhibitors from top and bottom are down. So mid lane turret is going to be the last place that Harrisburg University looks. Using Zoe, and look, see Vlad at the bottom of the screen just hanging out. Spoilers, he's looking for another flank. And he almost has his flash up as well. He's going to dive this turret, absolutely. He's just going to go in and start this fight.
He's already sitting behind the team, has his ultimate available. Flash should be up in a couple seconds here. And Zoe just going to be looking to poke down, make some targets for Vlad to pick off in the fight. The third inhibitor is about to fall, and that one goes down. Here's Silent in the back lane, does find Zoe like a moss, very low, but does head out of the fight. Platypus in the back line finds a nice ultimate, pulled in by Blitzcrank, and Slinky is able to grab that kill. Slindy, sorry, on the Kale. Third inhibitor will fall though, Zoe getting very low. It is a 5v5 still, as no members have fallen so far, other than Platypus, who is back in base. But it is going to be Pennsylvania at least holding on to the rest of their base for the time being.
I think Vlad was just a little too happy there. He went in, he knew he was doing a lot of damage, but I think Blitzcrank had an awesome hook there, bringing Vlad back in. Because Vlad will use his pull to try and get away, but at that last point, Blitz grabs him back in and says, no thank you, come back. And Kale is able to pick up a kill. So with Kale's farm, actually, she's in a great position. She's actually very, very capable of carrying a team fight right now. And Harrisburg University is going to have to at least have a little bit of respect for that.
Absolutely, and not only does she have an amazing amount of CS over that 10 per minute mark, but grabbing the kill on the Vlad was so important, because 5-0, that Vlad had a good amount of gold bounty on him. So that's just going to be an extra couple hundred gold in the Kale's pocket. She now has the Rage Blade completed as well as the Wit's End, so a little bit of magic resist to survive against that Vladimir, and she's going to be feeling really good right now.
For Kale is going to be pretty scary, to be honest, especially at 30 minutes. So the Kale's doing very well for herself. Baron is coming up in 20 seconds, so what I expect to see is Harrisburg University either pushing in on super minions.
Yeah, here's the engage. A Shockwave is going to be taken very low right away. Not quite taken out, but Hayami is able to grab that one with the ultimate. Here comes Kale, free firing in the backline. Does get hit by the Sleepy Bubble Trouble. Has to pop the ultimate to survive, as does block the Paddle Star now. The Braum is on top of Kale. He's going to go down. Disco going to grab that kill, but Kale is out of the fight. Like a Maw able to grab it. They are just going to dive the Nexus here, as HU, off the back of that beautiful team fight, is going to take the 2-0 victory and be crowned the PA Cup champions.
Congratulations to Harrisburg University. So we saw them pushing in that last moment, able to start that team fight with Sivir and just clean up. So there we have it. That was our best of 3. Harrisburg University going up 2-0 against the University of Pennsylvania. And that was our last game for the day. So we had Drexel coming in and winning Hearthstone, Harrisburg University cleaning up in Overwatch, and then Harrisburg also winning the League of Legends final as well. So they'll be able to go out there and take up their PA Cup and take some pictures and do some cool stuff.
Absolutely. It's going to feel great for Harrisburg to pick up those victories in their home stadium. Would have been pretty disappointing if they didn't walk away with the win here.
Hey, don't say that. But otherwise, we just wanted to say thank you for everybody for coming out to the event and watching on stream. And other than that, we hope to see you at our next event. So thank you.